hey, they're cool. They talked about Luffy, and they actively watch terrorist propaganda.
Oh.
I have to say, I think it is wildly indefensible. I think it's not the same as, let's say, a groomer sexually, but this is a groomer philosophically. And I think platforming someone that has takes as, not only takes, but full streams as dangerous as that. I could give you examples that he's done in the last week. He laughs at the coffins of babies murdered by terrorists.
I saw that.
On
I
his
seen
stream.
that. I saw
Alright?
that was awful.
Yeah, no, but that's just a day of Hassan.
I
So,
just don't think
people like these guys.
I don't think it's a controversial thing. I think everybody's on the same page here, to be honest. I mean, he's just done disgusting ass shit.
No. But we're not on the same take that I think that you shouldn't have him on your podcast, even if you're only talking about anime.
Oh, okay. So you think that Hassan is not fine to talk to about anime?
I think normalizing Hassan is dangerous.
I think if he's in a situation to where he is not promoting any of those tendencies, I think it's completely fine to talk to him.
All right.
Yeah,
well,
did you watch the podcast? Did you watch the Trash Taste podcast with Hassan?
well, I watched some of it. I didn't watch all of it.
The first sentence or the first
They
minute,
did get political.
Yes,
he
they
gets
do.
political.
That I know.
Oh, wait,
Literally,
really?
Right off the bat.
Yeah,
it gets
yes.
political.
Literally, like the first like 30 seconds, he did do
It's
something
right
political.
away. It's inescapable.
Okay,
it's like
so-
they kind of put a stop to it because it would have went. If they didn't say anything, it would have kept going.
I
They
guess
had to stop it.
I guess
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
From my experience, I actually did a podcast with Hassan and Will Neff. We did an episode of Steak and Eggs where we had two members of Fear and come on. And before the podcast, we just laid out simple ground rules. It was just like, Hassan, just fucking don't talk about politics. If you talk about politics, we're just going to cut it out. So just don't talk about it. And so I would have assumed that's what they also did. I guess it's my fault for not doing my due diligence on the episode of the podcast, but that is bad if he is talking about political things, especially how much terrorist sympathizing he does. But when it just comes to discussing your passions and your interests, I do think it is fine to do any of that on a meeting. Same thing with interviewing anybody. I think it's completely fine to interview
okay,
anyone
I'll
as
give
long as
you-
you don't glorify their negative
Alright,
tendencies.
I respect that. Let me give you an alternative, just a hypothetical.
Sure.
What if you did a podcast normalizing and talking to anime with a pedophile, known rapist pedophile? Is that any different?
Yeah, no, I do think it is because it depends on what your intent.
445.
It depends on what your
Talking shit
intention.
about anime.
Yeah, no, it depends on what your intention is. Because I think there's a certain interest in finding out how these people's minds work.
But there wasn't a disclaimer. This guy's a pedophile.
For sure, they should put that.
You just.
Oh, yeah.
But that didn't happen.
What if you were doing a music podcast and you invited Diddy on?
Oh.
Well, then you should probably have a disclaimer instead of shouting.
Yeah,
them
a
out and linking
disclaimer,
his
but
Twitch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like the thing is that, especially Nux is trying to get at, is just more of a thing where when you platform these people, right, and you don't discuss their beliefs, if anything, that's even more dangerous than if you
Thank
did.
you, bro.
Because the problem is that you're kind of showing your audience like, hey, look who this person is, right? And then if they're a thing like, oh, they're really cool, and then they go check them out, then the problem is that now you could go down this rabbit hole, you know? It's kind of like, imagine, for example, there's an 80-year-old man and he diddles kids, okay? And then you decide that you're gonna talk to him about bowling because he used to be a bowling state championship.
Yep.
So then a bunch of people are like, oh, let's go check him out for bowling. You know, they're talking to him all that stuff. Then he diddles a couple of them, right?
Yep.
It's like by you platforming that person in the first place, that's what led to that happening. You see what I mean?
I think the big issue that I have with this topic and the do's and don'ts is that there's a lot of pretend bad guys on the internet. And if we say you're not
Look it
allowed
up.
to that's what I'm getting at. If you're not allowed to platform this person who we have deemed a bad guy, well then the internet is then going to say, yeah, well, 10,000 people are all pretending that this guy also did something bad, and then you platformed him, and then you did this, and it's a very slippery slope. So
But
I think it
Tecton,
is bad to
I'll
do
be
it.
honest.
I just think it's a slippery slope.
I'm not saying that we should cancel people by association, all right? I'm not making Witch Hunt against Trash Taste and against Ludwig and against everyone else that'll collab with Hassan.
Sure,
I
sure.
just think it's morally indefensible. This is Hassan's subreddit. I can't take it anymore. I'm nearly 15, 16, and I want to, do this to Trump. In Minecraft? Maybe. Always gotta add in Minecraft so they can't arrest you. This is like an actual terrorism breeding ground. It's a fucking terrorist grooming hellhole. These are the people that go to Hassan's stream and enter his community. For the love of God. It is so dangerous to promote this guy. Wild. Anyway, here's a lot of the dog whistlers. Casey Tron, famous streamer, famous for multiple things, including getting mad on stream and also being like a generic leftist Hassan orbiter. When all the people who depend on Medicaid, Medicare lose benefits because of corporate fraud committed by people like Rick Scott. Remember what Hassan said? What did Hassan say? Oh, Hassan said that he urged his audience to murder a senator. So what you're saying is, in time, Hassan will be justified. So, are you making the argument, Casey Tron, that you support Hassan's statement of murdering a senator? I mean, I'm just asking, because if that was the case, then I think that makes you a morally reprehensible asshole terrorist sympathizer as well. That's pretty crazy. All right, let me introduce another character, Mike from PA. Bro is actually the Goebbels to Hassan's Hitler on Twitch. The dude is actually the world's biggest Hassan glazer. Insane how this man speaks after the back of his throat is so sore from sucking on Hassan's cock. Hassan is one of the only openly leftist people in gaming spaces. He has a target on his back because without him, it will be nothing but fuck.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Science solves problems. Hulk and I, we're a team.
Blow up.
Asgard has been invaded yet
30
again.
seconds before you attack.
What is all
Get
this?
ready.
Loki shall prevail.
It will take more than light to solve our problems.
You're underestimating my light. That's okay. Happens all the time.
You cannot save Yggdrasil, nor can you save your
Here,
son.
Buster. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Perhaps Hulk could have been... I have to get this right. I'm Hulk!
No smashing us now!
Straight on till Yggdrasil.
No smashing us now! Video. Gamma shield! You need hope! strong again!
Keep going!
By the eye of Agamotto! Tremble before blast! Hope protect! Was that too
This is real firepower!
Protective shield. It's there! Don't turn back now! That amplifier should be useless now.
Pulse charge!
Vehicle reaches checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I'll take all the healing I can get.
Strong together.
Coming up behind! Was just a scratch. No smashing us now! Oh, smash!
This is real firepower!
Eye of Agamotto!
That's what happens when you pick a fight with protons!
Born again! I'm hulking out! No smashing us now! Hope didn't forget me! Can't win without hope! It's hope grateful! Stay right there!
Don't let anything stand in your
Hope protect!
We are in.
No smashing us now! Hulk happy!
Color me impressed, Warlock.
Strong! Take an axe to trees, make Loki mad. Hammer shield!
Another epic victory! The right heroes could make all the difference.
Science solves problems. Hulk isn't the only... I'm
Hulky! Ow!
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I fear my magic could disrupt Greenhaw's ecosystem in unpredictable ways. That took a dark turn.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Black Widow was
Have a shield! You need Hulk! No smashing us down!
God of lies, if you wish. What society can exist without lies?
Better stop that vehicle!
I
Down a player. Down a player. Somebody just ditched us.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
Round one, go!
We didn't ask to be heroes, but we always answer the call.
You cannot save Yggdrasil, nor can you save yourselves.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I'm not the type who fades quietly.
I am between two. Don't lie to me. I invented every trick.
We would be better off making a deal with Mephisto.
Perhaps we two would be better off making mischief together. No.
Certainly not.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I outnumber you.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I have seen many futures. Most of them. My friends, time to vanish.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes.
This feels empty. Yet
The more the merrier. Precious cargo here. Protect it. Intimidating, no.
Halfway there. Keep going.
I have many faces.
Let's get to that tree.
Okay.
Almost there. Don't turn back
What
now.
did I miss?
That was confusing.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Bring out the big guns here.
The more the merrier.
Your powers are mine!
I am ready to put on a show. Double KO.
Another go.
Get that vehicle moving again.
I have many faces. No.
Jesus.
Double KO.
I'm Hulky. Ow! No smashing us now!
Get that vehicle moving again.
I guess we're over here still.
I'm Hulky. Ow! Strong again!
Against the world.
Strong protect!
Fuck. Oh, damn.
Wow, 4 in a row. Get that vehicle moving again. I am ready to put on a show. Back child.
God dang.
Double KO.
That's right. Let your enemies underestimate you. I outnumber you. And here we go again. The more the merrier. Our foes draw near. But I'm everywhere. My favorite trick.
The moon haunts you.
The current score is 1-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
I am Loki, god of mischief.
Science solves problems.
Round 2, go!
Everyone loves a trickster until the trick is played on them.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
With a few upgrades, that suit of yours could be unstoppable.
It is not a suit. Symbiotes are living beings.
Organic tech. I can work with that. Wait, is it slimy?
Not as slimy as you, Stark.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Your god is suffering. The more the merrier. Your sword. I'm gone. I have many places. I have many places. For my friends. Thank you later. The more the merrier.
Your powers are mine!
Us against the world!
Lights out.
My time to shine.
The moon haunts you.
Your god is suffering.
Us against the world! I am ready to put on a
Be right back.
Let's take a step back. They've made it halfway! Slow down! Down to 30 seconds. Final score 1-2-0. Another epic victory.
This is probably the next one I'd want to buy. And cap. Cap is cool too. Yeah. Cool.
Far-right incel content. Yeah, that's right. Gaming Spaces, it's all far-right incel content. Hassan is the only openly leftist in Gaming Spaces. First of all, that's retarded. I'm sorry, but I think 90% of Gaming Spaces is left-leaning. I really do. As someone that's been in these spaces, I just think that's the case. Happens to be. At least outwardly leftist. You know, inwardly, I think a lot of people's opinions are different. They're just scared to say anything and get canceled for being transphobic and be called an ist or a phobe or something like that. Now, why is Mike glazing Hassan now for being the only leftist guy? I mean, he was literally banned for calling for the death of a senator. It's almost like, wow. It's almost like
Oh, fuck. Boycott for what?
Monster Hunter Wilds has taken the gaming space by storm, and rightfully so. The game is, of course, the next major installment in a long-running franchise from Capcom. The first Monster Hunter game I ever played was Freedom on the PSP when I first got that handheld. And since then, I've played Monster Hunter on the 3DS and other systems too. Most recent Monster Hunter for me, of course, was World, which, based on sales numbers of that game, it sold like hotcakes too, like every other Monster Hunter before it. But it doesn't seem like Monster Hunter Wilds is having the glowing reception, at least from a player satisfaction standpoint, when it comes to the game's performance, and why this is not something that should be defended nor celebrated in the year 2025. Firstly, let's look at the raw stats. As I'm making this video, Wilds is sitting at 1.3 million players at its peak right now on Steam. Maybe it's even higher by the time you're seeing this, but the fact that it was able to pull in this many people on Steam alone within its first few hours of release, that is staggering, dude. As of right now, Wilds is undoubtedly the biggest PC release of the year, and I can only imagine, based on how popular Monster Hunter is on PlayStation as well, that the PS5 numbers for Wilds, man, those are probably double what's on Steam easily. And hey, I bought the game too, haven't played it yet myself though since I'm writing this video currently first. But I'll play it once I'm done here, and the game's trajectory on Steam is so high that the charts can't even properly show the lines to signify how high the player counts are right now. So if your game is breaking the algorithm on Steam, yeah, it's a hit, fellas. In terms of ranking, it's #1 on Steam. Which, I mean, not surprising, but you'll probably also notice the staggering amounts of negative reviews as well. So what the hell is going on? Well, to put it simply for you, Wilds is yet another PC Day 1 release that is busted for a lot of people. And because of this, some users on Steam are calling for players to boycott Capcom in protest for releasing a buggy game. As this one user said on Steam's forums, "Let's boycott the game. The game doesn't run for anyone. If we all quit and refund, then they'll have to fix it. They thought they could sell us a half-made game and now they're paying the price." Low sales and 41% positive reviews on Steam. Back to Monster Hunter World we go. I mean, it is hyperbole. The game is not selling poorly at all. If I could guess, Capcom has probably already made back their budget and then some already on Wilds within mere hours of release. Did you guys know the game hit around 750,000 players within the first hour of release on Steam? Yeah, I'm not kidding. That's on Steam alone, so combine the PS5 numbers and yeah, it's pretty insane. I should also state that Wilds, having been out for just 1 day by the time this video is coming out, has already entered the top 10 most played Steam games of all time, and no, I am not kidding, as you can see here on screen. Wilds has actually already surpassed the highest concurrent player count for both Elden Ring and Cyberpunk 2077. It's got a bit to go if it wants to grab the top spot, which I don't know if it'll hit that or not yet, but regardless, the fact that the game is doing this well shows that there's a hungry appetite for genuinely good games. But unfortunately, like I said, the performance on PC is bad. Well, that also depends on who you ask too. Some user reviews range from good to downright "this game is unplayable." One of these reads, "This game is absolutely amazing, but has the worst optimization I've ever seen. I understand that new games are becoming more demanding and people are expected to upgrade, but this is absurd. I'm aware this isn't the first instance of new games having poor performance on launch, because the same thing happened with World, but it feels inexcusable at this point. I am by no means saying the game is bad, but in its current state, you should probably consider waiting for a more stable release." I think we can all agree that's a fair enough assessment. Plus, bro played almost 10 hours of Wilds already. Dude, I'm writing this video, it's 10:45 a.m. as I'm typing this. This guy didn't sleep. He literally played the moment it went live until his human battery pretty much ran out. If you're reading this, bro, I hope you got a good night's sleep, because that's crazy, man. But it is very unfortunate that Capcom has now done this twice with both World and now Wilds. Another review states, "How does a game manage to run perfectly fine in the open beta and I receive an excellent rating score on the benchmark, but the actual product that costs actual money runs like absolute sludge?" I have legit never encountered a game that wasn't at worst playable. I have never seen a game run this poorly while still looking this bad. Yeah, this is the common sentiment the more I sift through the reviews, it seems. The general gist is that Wilds just runs like unmitigated swamp ass for most people, although not everybody, mind you. There were still plenty of reviews from people saying that the game runs fine. However, the difference between the Wilds runs fine for me versus it runs like ass for me seems to come down to hardware for most people. On PC anyway, players with higher PC specs are stating that the game seems to run fine for the most part for them. Some quality dips here or there, like slowdown or a drop in FPS, but generally speaking, it's mostly fine and playable day one. However, what I am noticing is that people complaining and saying that the game runs like molasses are also admitting that for the most part, they don't have up-to-date PCs to play a game like Wilds at release, although, to be fair, there are people with high-end PCs in the reviews that are saying despite their hardware, it doesn't run well either. Look, I'm no maestro of the PC stuff, alright? I play my games on a PS5 Pro, and from what I'm being told, the PS5 version of Wilds is stable and mostly fine at release. But then again, I also played World at release, and that game too ran perfectly fine when I first played it. Unfortunately, for the 1,000th time, PC players are being roundhouse kicked in the gonads yet again for buying a game at release. Usually, one platform is considered the main platform for these sorts of games and gets more attention, like before they come out, I guess. Like, for example, did you know that back in the day that the Xbox 360 was the #1 platform for most third-party releases during its prime? To compare, like the PS3 version of, say, Skyrim, that ran like ass compared to the 360 versions, because the Xbox versions were prioritized due to the size of the player base at the time. Did you also know that Skyrim had an issue on PS3 where the more you played it, the game had a memory problem? It would actually keep making your game file size bigger and bigger until eventually you just couldn't load it anymore and play your game on PlayStation 3? But on 360, this was never an issue and it ran perfectly fine. The point that I'm making is that based on the generation we're in, that different platforms have become the de facto place most developers target for their games. So like I said, back then it was Xbox 360, then it was PlayStation 4, and now it's PlayStation 5, obviously. Naturally, this means that Wilds has had its PS5 version prioritized over that of Xbox, and yes, unfortunately, even PC platforms. For PC, it seems like they've had every single game pretty much, unless it was PC only, I guess, being prioritized for anyone but them. At best, it seems like PC players are the new beta testers of the modern gaming market all of the time. And no, that's not okay, but I do think that developers need to prioritize PC players more because obviously, as we can see based on those raw numbers here, that Wilds has an eager PC player base that does want to play the game. Unfortunately, first impressions mean everything, and I have no doubt that players have already refunded the game to some degree due to the performance of Wilds. Although, clearly, despite refunds or people trying to cause a boycott, it hasn't amounted to much so far. Well, yet anyway. Because Monster Hunter is, for those unaware, it's Capcom's premier franchise. It's pretty much bigger than, say, Resident Evil for them even. Capcom, just so you know, they make a lot of money whenever a new game in this series releases. But that's the other problem, right? If this game is their premier franchise, then why isn't it getting the premier treatment for its initial releases? Because releasing not once, but twice now a buggy, unoptimized Monster Hunter on PC in a row will only likely cause people to become hesitant come the next mainline game in the series that gets released. Or perhaps like we saw with World to Wilds, people just kind of forgot how poorly optimized World was at release as well, since obviously that game still sold insanely great. By the way, World broke about 300,000 players at its highest peak on Steam. Wilds is currently doing 4 times that within one day. And despite that, they still didn't optimize the game enough, sadly. It sucks, but here's another review from a player. Very immersive game. You can cook a well-done steak on your GPU while you play, and the hot blasts of air from your PC fans truly make you feel like you are in the desert. Keep a bag of sand by your desk and periodically toss handfuls of it into the air to really complete the experience. Cheeky way of doing it, but yeah, it's probably not a good sign that Wild is cooking your computer's inner workings. Like, for example, my girlfriend, she plays on her gaming laptop. If I were to buy her Wilds for PC to play with me on my PS5, it has crossplay by the way, I just wonder if her laptop could even handle Wilds, or if the game will cause her laptop to sound like a jet engine going off, before it just inevitably goes nuclear and explodes, killing all of us in the process just because we wanted to play a game together. But I think this review, which is short, it tells it the best. This game is everything wrong with PC optimization in 2025. And it really is just that. It's not just Capcom, I know, but lots of games have and will in the future unfortunately launch on PC day one being either broken or messy. The notorious Batman Arkham Knight release comes to mind for me, which was borderline unplayable for most when it released on Steam. However, again, I played Arkham Knight on my PS4 when it released and the game ran perfectly fine and never crashed. But like I said before, PS4 at that time was the main platform, so to speak, for these third-party games. And for PC players, unfortunate circumstance that they're always in, it seems, there's so many different PC builds that getting these games to run efficiently is probably a logistical nightmare to achieve. Obviously, when developing for PlayStation 5, you know everyone has a PS5. They all have the same parts in them and whatnot. It's not different. Yeah, sure, the Pro exists, but you can just add those features on top because, again, if people have Pros, all the Pros are also the same. Obviously, that isn't the same when it comes to PC at all. All of you who play on PC have to some degree different builds, all of you. And look, I'm not defending Capcom here.
Yeah, that's pretty much my analysis of the game too when I played it. It just wasn't performing very well. I'd like to buy it, but I'll wait till it's done. What? Oh, they had another one?
Yo, things get. Oh, so anybody that hasn't been caught up with this, that doesn't know what's going on, what's been going on is very simple. This dude, his sister had an Airbnb house, and she is renting the house out to a person who won't leave, and
I'm 17. You try to touch my penis. Hey, let's go!
Uh-oh.
We got a fresh Adderall in! I'm ready for 8 hours!
Oh my fucking god. Want to have anything to do with this? Do with like a dog. Dude.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary. She's in the fucking back too. She's in the back with the bars.
All their past land.
That's great.
Okay. How about that?
This is hilarious.
In 2025 to 2027. Dude, why the are they spending money on this shit? He wants to change some words, okay? Word previously used, wife or husband. That should be changed to spouse. Word previously used, mother. We should change that to inseminated person.
What?
Word previously used, paternity. Change to patronage. Words previously used, father. No. Change to natural parent. Word previously used, man, woman. Well, that should immediately be changed to per son. I personally offended. I would call it per son or daughter. This is already sexist in my opinion, but I have to say, this is crazy. So Elon Musk is like, hi mom, I mean inseminated person. Like, this is actual retarded shit. This is why the transgender movement is literally cooked. That's why they're cooked. If they were just like live and let live people, no one would give a flying fuck. But they are coming for your language. You have to call your mom inseminated person? Dog. I don't want children even knowing what inseminated means, to be honest. This is fascism. Fascism is when they change and force you to speak a certain way. All the people chanting Trump is a fascist, meanwhile they slap you across the face with their cock, or lack of cock, purely to make you speak the way that they want you to speak. The movement is so cooked right now, it's crazy. Sydney Watson just dropped a video 9 hours ago, the spectacular collapse of the trans movement, and I am very eager to see how cooked everything is right now. Now, as you know, I personally, Lord Nuxenor, lover of downfalls, breeder of chaos, am literally here and excited to see how insane has gotten. I do like downfalls a lot, actually. It's not healthy. My therapist requested that I tone down downfalls, but I heard that the downfall was glorious, and there are tears to be collected. So let's dive right into it, baby. I am so ready for some f***ing chaos.
How many genders are there?
2. Oh my god, she has to whisper it! Because God forbid she'll say it out loud! She might get stabbed! That's a hate crime right there! Dude, look how scared she was to answer that question. Holy fuck.
It's a spectrum, so like, a lot?
Can you name me
a lot? No.
a few?
You don't think that
Wait, what? Wait, why are we in the courtroom? Hold up.
there really is any clear-cut distinction between male and female as biological categories? Is that correct?
So I do not define what a woman is because I do not identify.
Sir, have you considered buying signs from Tony LC Signs? Tony the homie has some shit to sell you, sir.
Identify as a woman. Womanhood is something that is an umbrella term.
That was a reference for those of you that don't know.
Well, 3 years ago, a Florida family story went viral for raising a gender-neutral baby.
That has to be a fucking crime. A gender-neutral baby? The fuck does that mean? Huh? Dude, that's the thing. If it wouldn't have gone to like an insane extreme, no one would give a shit. You know who actually negatively affects the transgender community? The fucking transgender community. These activists are like fucking poison. Gender neutral baby, what does that even mean? They cut the baby's cock off because, I think the baby's it's a girl, actually.
I identify as non-binary.
I was fast-tracked onto puberty blockers and then testosterone.
Gender clinics across the country have seen a huge rise in child referrals.
I have been misgendered 3 times.
What? No! The audacity! No! What? Anyway.
In the past 24 hours.
A Christian teacher who was banned from teaching for misgendering a pupil has...
What is happening? Literally, what is happening? What the fuck is going on? They're firing Christians for misgendering children? Dude, what is going on? Oh my god. And look, and they wonder.
Lost his high court.
I can't even get through the intro. All right, we gotta lock in, bro.
Battle. He got the axe for failing to use a transgender student's preferred pronouns.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
No. I'm a member of the transgender community. More accurately, more specifically, I'm what you call gender non-binary or gender non-conforming.
I'm so glad that everyone has had enough of this.
Wow, we are literally entering a new era. And I think the truth is, again, if you, in your own private time, wanted to do whatever you wanted to do, I think that the majority of people would respect you. Well, maybe not respect you, but let you live. You know what I mean? Like, I don't give a shit what anyone does. Literally, I don't give a flying fuck what you do in your private time. Oh my god. You are literally crippling your own shit. Live and let live. Literally. I don't care.
Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell.
Here we are. Hell. Woo! Hell is 100% cooked. That's crazy.
And as per usual, before we launch into...
Did you see the Hunter Schafer nonsense? The what? The huh? It's trending everywhere. People are really angry. What the fuck? What are you talking about? Oh my god, there's so much chaos. There's so much chaos! This is 325,000 likes. This is 34 million views. What is happening? Hunter Schafer reveals that her new passport now lists her sex as male instead of female. Oh no. Oh god. This is the drama. I'm not making this post to fearmonger or create drama or receive consolation. I don't need to. I do think it's worth posting this sort of...
Hello, internet. I don't really post much these days, but I had a bit of a harsh reality check today and felt like it's important to share with whoever is listening. So I'm sure most of us remember on, I think, the first day of Trump's presidency, he signed an executive order to declare only 2 genders recognized by the state, male and female, assigned at birth.
Recognized by the government, but yeah.
And as a result of this, which I wrote down because I want to get it right, the Bureau of Consular Affairs has frozen passport applications requesting a gender marker change or renewals or new applications with a gender marker differing from an applicant's gender assigned at birth. So my initial reaction to this, because our president, there's a lot of talk, was like, I'll believe it when I see it.
Why wouldn't you believe it? Okay, whatever. Anyway, passport number, male. All right, that's the whole drama? That's the drama? We are never going to stop existing and never going to stop being trans. A letter on my passport won't change that. So why are you so upset? I don't understand. If it's who you are, then why the fuck are you so mad that a letter changed on your passport? Again, I don't think anyone actually cares what people decide to do with their own private life. People don't care what you do with your private life. People just don't want to actually be fucking sucked in and forced to change their outlook on the world or their verbiage or what they say. Who cares? This is such an irrelevant thing, I think, at least from my perspective. Again, I don't have this issue, so maybe I'm being cringe about it. Maybe I'm being lame about it, all right? Because I don't have this specific issue. What the fuck do you care if a letter on your passport changes?
Today's video is sponsored by Incogni. I hope you all liked the very dramatic introduction that I tried to execute for this video. I'm trying to do something different, okay? I expect all of you to tell me in the comments that I am the Lord of Editing.
God damn, Lord of Editing!
I shall scream. Anyway, as many of you know who've been around this channel for a number of years, I have continually brought you stories concerning the transgender movement and its weird cousin, the gender ideology movement. Ooh. Although at this point, they're more like conjoined twins, just fused together to bring the rest of us suffering.
Yeah, because it's an ideology. That's most of the people that push this shit don't actually even feel anything themselves different. It's just, it's a virtue signaling thing. You need to be the type of guy that'll stand on your platform and shout at the people about how wholesome and inclusive you are.
But I have always believed that had these ideologies simply stayed on Reddit and on Tumblr and in the recesses of academia, things might have turned out—
And in your own house! Again, no one actually, I think, is that upset or frustrated when someone lives a lifestyle themselves that doesn't affect anybody else. No one cares. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Just don't push shit on other people in general. I don't know. I feel like that's the most basic shit ever.
Out differently. But no. But for the last decade or so, the conjoined twins have been beating down the door of every single institution, both politically, medically, socially, and basically calling for outright submission from absolutely everyone. Through force.
I mean, look, I know that, I have a doctor in my family. I know, big shock, Nux, Jewish guy has a doctor in their family. It's crazy. Doctor in my family that works in an emergency room, and someone came in, after getting into, a car accident. I don't remember what actually happened. They went into the emergency room. They needed crazy surgery and stitches and x-rays and everything. And, the person was barely speaking, okay? Because they were, injured. And my cousin, the doctor, is writing the fucking medical charts, and it says sex, and she just writes male because, you know, the person had a penis, and they're just wheeling the guy into fucking different rooms. And a lawsuit was threatened for writing male on the medical chart. That's insane. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking fascist. That's crazy. What the fuck? Are you serious? Threatened a lawsuit for that? For that? Like, bro, you have got to be delusional. It was thrown out because it's obviously delusional, but it's stressful.
Mostly, and against all logic and reason, this ideology, these ideologies, have become mainstream. I really, really wish it had all stayed on Tumblr. As things have accelerated, I have
Germany, 2 trans-identified male inmates housed in women's prisons were transferred out after threatening female inmates. Weird.
Told you stories about violent male criminals housed with female inmates.
I mean, I saw this story. I looked this up on a previous stream. Someone in my chat told me about it. I couldn't believe it. Apparently, there were trans people that went to court. I mean, no one knew they were trans, okay? Everyone thought they were male. And then they said, we are actually trans. So they ended up going to a female prison, and then they impregnated their roommates. And raped a bunch of women in female prisons. And it's like, again, when it comes to an ideology that you have that is, you know, your own lifestyle, I don't give a fuck. But when it's affecting other people, then honestly, your personal rights do not trump anyone else's personal rights.
I've walked you through the many, many ways this ideology.
In fact, a 2018 study found that many vulva owners, as a result, many heterosexual vulva owners, they can't say woman. Bro, they can't say woman. Oh my god, that's crazy. No. Oh god.
Ideology has attacked and erased women and motherhood. I've told you about men beating the snot out of women in women's sports, and how this movement has destroyed our entire comprehension of the English language so that we might accommodate the Zirzims and their chest feeding and chemical—
Chest feeding? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. This is insane.
Induced nipple discharge.
Nipple discharge? Oh, all those vagina havers over there. Them and their nipple discharge.
Yeah, I bet that's an image you're glad I put in your head.
Actually, yes it is. I happen to very much like nipple discharge. Me and Homelander, we got a lot in common. What can I say? Nipple discharge for days, boy.
Pour that—
What's a vulva owner? A woman!
On your cereal. I am sorry, that's a lot. So with that in mind, what will come as a surprise to none of you is that this—
Yeah, people had enough. That's the surprise. Turns out people actually had enough of borderline fascist enforcement of rules, forcing you to change normal fucking words.
Ideology, these movements have finally pushed things way too far. And now they get to see the fruits of their labor come to fruition.
Yeah, because honestly, they pushed it too far, and now no one actually has any sympathy for this shit. Like, I mean, I'll be real, all right? When this all started, if I say, thank you, sir, and they say, excuse me, it's ma'am, you know what I would say? Sorry, excuse me, ma'am. Because look, I want to get on with my day. I don't want to fucking offend anybody, all right? And I think that's what most reasonable people would do if that just happened to them on the street. But now that it's like an ideology that's forcing speech down your throats, forcing you to conform to actual retardation shit, no one wants to do that anymore. No buckling at all to something that your values go against for whatever reason. And like, it's the same shit in video games, right? It started off with, yeah, we're only gonna change the lore of certain video games every once in a while. It's no big deal. Oh, why do you care that they changed the races of different characters in the remakes? Like, what does that really matter? It's the same game. What do you care if now there are female custodies in Warhammer 40K and we changed the lore a little bit? All these little things, you're right, they don't matter in a vacuum. But on principle, even if it's irrelevant, no more buckling to bullshit, because it just opens the floodgates for them to be more fascist with their overreach, and they will destroy everything.
Mm-hmm.
Everything. And that's the craziest shit that happens. Like, it starts with, you know, female custodies, and then it ends with the transgender emperor of mankind funding gay orgies in Nepal. All right, listen, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? You cannot buckle. They say no plastic straws, only paper straws. I will use 2 plastic straws in every drink.
In ways that they didn't quite expect. As most of you likely know...
Oh my god, it's orange. It's Drumpf. It's Drumpf.
Since day 1 of his presidency...
Day 1. From this moment forward, there will only be one gender. Bet you didn't see that one coming. One gender. We will call them gay. Gay people everywhere. A single gender. No more discussion.
Donald Trump has signed several executive orders that walk back some of the...
No more men and female sports because there's only one gender now. Single-gendered gladiatory sports. It's gonna be crazy.
The insanity integrated into U.S. society over the last decade or so. The first was an executive order...
No more women! We're keeping men. We're just removing one of the... We did a little trolling.
Stating that the U.S. government will only recognize 2 sexes. As an aside...
Actually, he said 2 genders, not 2 sexes.
I find it endlessly embarrassing that we needed someone to sign an executive order stating that there are only 2 sexes, given that this is something that we have understood forever. It is odd that the last 10 years or so has completely eliminated all logic and reason.
Crazy how that happened.
I struggle with this. The second executive order will essentially remove transgender and gender ideology weirdos from military service.
I mean, listen, I'm not saying this as like a dunk. This is not an insult. Because I swear, I don't mean this as an insulting way at all. I'm just telling you like a literal statistic. In fact, I'm not even going to tell you the statistic. I'll just show you the statistic. Apparently, more than 40% of transgender people are suicidal. I am not saying that this is everybody, obviously, but any group of people with a suicide rate that high should not be in the military. The military is like an incredibly stressful environment. Like a literally insanely stressful environment. And I don't think any group of people that has a suicide rate like that should be in the military, regardless.
Rightly pointing out that the military's existing policy excludes people who have medical conditions and physical defects. The third executive order will end gender-based mutilation of minors.
This is like incredibly based. I love how everyone goes out there, kids can't consent, and everyone's like, you know what, that makes a lot of sense. And then it's like, all right, now we're gonna cut their cocks off.
And in his most recent move, Trump signed a 4th executive order banning men from women's sports.
Again, this is the most obvious basic bitch shit in the universe. And everyone who opposes this is literally dying on an insane hill. Like an actually insane hill to die on. Because men and women, you know, from birth, have different biologies, okay? Men and women, if they got into a fight, man versus woman, statistically, the man will beat the ever-loving shit out of the woman. So taking a biological male, because they put a different name tag on, now they can beat the shit out of women. Again, in my opinion, live and let live. I don't mind what the fuck you do on your own time. But holy fuck, it's impeding on the rights of women. What is happening?
This common sense action from President Trump ends the disgusting betrayal of women and girls by the previous administration, who for years catered to radical activists who wanted biological males to be treated as women in workplace showers, competitive sports, prisons, and even rape shelters.
Once again, unsurprising to none of you, this has caused a lot of screaming from the usual suspects.
It's crazy that people are even mad about this. Again, I feel like every single person that thinks this is stupid, I think all of those people need to be looked into. Honestly, their rights to vote should be revoked. We should go fascist on these people. Hell yeah, dude. People are gonna take that out of context. I'm obviously joking. But that's crazy.
But with all of this said, and with everything that I'm about to lay out in the rest of this video, I want to make one key crucial point that basically summarizes why we're talking about this.
All right.
These executive orders have obviously resulted in a ton of screaming. But the people doing the screaming...
Public meltdowns, baby! That's what we're here for.
Haven't stopped for a single second to realize that they did this to themselves. So I'm going to walk you through what led us to this point.
Let's go, dude.
And it's terrible.
Right, we got to do this. We got to look into the downfall time.
I'm sorry in advance. But you want to know what I'm not sorry about? You protecting
your
internet
privacy with Incogni.
It's insane. Incogni also risk. I would argue link code that most of us, me included, started off pretty indifferent to all of this. I can only speak for myself, but I've always been pretty live and let live. You want to call yourself...
Again, I think this is just what most people did. You want to do whatever you want to do in your own private time. I don't give a fuck. I really feel like that's what most people feel. You know? Like, I don't care.
And live as one. Okay, no skin off my nose. You want to call yourself a Zirzim in your weird online community away from me? Okay, you do you.
Listen, you want a furry role play? Again, I don't give a shit. Do whatever you want. In your private life, you can do what you want as long as it doesn't actually affect anyone around you. I don't care.
You want me to treat most people with decency, even if I don't agree with some of the things that they're doing, obviously, unless those things are illegal, that's a different story, then sure, that's fine, I can do that. But you see, the problem is, these activists and the people in these movements have put...
Like, this literally just happened to me. I bought pizza, and I was walking away from, like, and there was leftovers. We got, like, 2 pies for 2 people, which was not a smart move, but we wanted to try both pies. So we bought both pies. There was leftover pizza. I'm walking away. I'm holding the pizza box, and there was a homeless person on the street that, like, you know, stopped me to ask me for money. And I was like, you know what? This is fresh pizza. And I gave them the pizza. I just handed them the pizza box. I'm like, would you like this? The person said, like really? Like, is this fresh? And I was like, yeah, I just got it right now. And the person said, oh, thank you. I said, all right, have a nice day, sir. And she stopped me and said, it's ma'am. I said, have a good day, ma'am. And I walked away. And it's like, I'm not going to fucking fight with a random homeless person on pronouns after I literally just gave them a fucking pizza for free. Okay? Like, but at the same time, no one gives a shit. It was pineapple pizza, so, ha, that bitch is eating ass. Yeah, that's right. No, I'm kidding. It wasn't pineapple pizza. I'm not that evil.
Push people like me, and probably a lot of you, way too far. Somewhere along this psycho road, this stopped being about decency and the tenets of live and let live, and became about forcing compliance, compelling speech, forcing women especially into situations that are unsafe or make us feel deeply and inherently uncomfortable. And so the acceleration...
Listen, women's rights are important unless they're Israeli women or they're women that are abused by biological men. Otherwise, women are all valid. Hot take.
Of this forced compliance and these crazy situations have forced people like me, the people who've long been in the middle, just floating around being pretty indifferent, right over the edge of the cliff.
That's it, baby.
So now...
But radicalization works both ways. On the one hand, you could have a far-right guy radicalizing you to become far-right, or you could have a far-left retard pushing you to become more far-right. I'm just saying, it works both ways.
No, I won't use your preferred pronouns. I don't want men in women's bathrooms and locker rooms, no matter how much of a wallflower that man is. I no longer believe that the Zirzims are harmless internet dorks. I see them as people perpetuating genuine mental illness.
And this is the crazy thing. I feel like this is the public opinion at this point. People are so frustrated and fed up with being told how to think, what to do, to actively endangering other people because it happens. Maybe it statistically doesn't happen that much, but it happens too much. And no one wants to do any of this shit.
The support of politicians and academia and the medical community and basically every other institution under the sun.
I mean, dude, Neil deGrasse Tyson was a respected astrophysicist, okay? But he somehow thinks that biological men do not have an advantage in women's sports if they're transgender, okay? That is when science died.
So if you're here watching this, part of this group of people, wondering why it seems that everyone turned on you so quickly, or if you're like me and you're like, yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised, this was always going to get like this, but Sydney, please tell me more, I'm gonna walk you all through how we ended up at this exact spot in time. And of course, it all started very subtly and insidiously.
Transgender lore dive. What has happened to us?
As these things so often do. In the early 2010s, progressive companies, HR departments, and universities around North America started adopting preferred pronoun policies. The University of Michigan.
Look, it all starts with a tickle. It all starts with a trickle before it ends up a waterfall.
And for example, introduced a system in 2013 allowing students to designate pronouns he, she, ze, zer on class rosters.
Yeah, but why the fuck should children be able to do this? Like, it's crazy. It's insane. Iraq just approved 9-year-old child brides. Bro, why is that relevant? Yes, they did do that, and that's pretty fucked up. Agreed. You know why? Because children can't consent. And you know what that entails? Consenting! They shouldn't be able to become Z-Zers, Z-Zims, go on puberty blockers, and whatever the other fuck happens.
With the expectation that professors comply with this self-identification. Employees were also encouraged to add pronouns to their email signatures at particular companies. The concept of non-binary was already swirling
Z-Zim, her, what is this?
Around Tumblr and Twitter, but now these fringe identities and psycho-neo pronouns were showing up in the real world. Non-compliance at this point wasn't heavily penalized. Everything was painted as voluntary, but cultural pressure started to accelerate.
Yeah, and that's how it happens, because again, these are victims of society. Society doesn't respect them like they deserve. So therefore, now that they're the victims, they become the main characters. And now that they're the main characters, it's time to use their victimhood to oppress other people.
I'm non-binary, and this is why I use this abbreviation and not this one.
What the fuck?
Today I'm going to show you how to use a-er pronouns in sentences.
What?
So let's go. A-er pronouns are a form of neopronouns, and
they're a form of neopronouns, like xenopronouns, noun self-pronouns, emoji self-pronouns. Dog, at what point is it a mental illness?
oh my goodness, isn't that just so beautiful?
So one of the unexpected parts about being a tall trans femme.
One of the unexpected parts of being a tall trans femme is that when I walk into women's bathrooms, they all get scared of me.
Is the amount of times I'll be walking behind a woman on the streets and I'll like, skirt around because I got long legs and places to be. And then they're like scared because they think that I'm a man. And I'm like, no, I'm sorry. I'm on your team.
Wait. One of the funny things about being a trans femme is that you could stalk women and they'll be terrified because they think it's a man stalking them, when in actuality it's just a girl with a penis and a beard stalking them. Ha! Epic troll. What is going on? Oh my god, that's terrifying.
In 2013, Australia was allowing people to put X as a gender marker on their passport.
Dude, I'm telling you, buckling is the worst. You give a finger, they want a hand. Never twist your own ideals, because at some point it'll be too late.
Yes. This was adopted by other places around the world. News outlets like The Guardian and NPR started running pieces about non-binary identities, confusingly using they to refer to these people. By 2014, Laverne Cox appeared on the cover of Time magazine with the headline, "The Transgender Tip."
Wait, so this is a trans woman whose name is Cox? Like... Not trying to like say anything here, anything.
Tipping point. Just a year later, we had Jazz Jennings on everyone's screen, the young boy who was marked as transgender and going through a very, very public transition. Celebrities like Miley Cyrus were coming out as genderqueer, and at this time too, misgendering someone online, calling a trans-identified male he, which you still really can't do here on YouTube, triggered intense viral outrage, doxing, social ostracism, and even job loss. Social media platforms were banning people left, right, and center, and honestly, they still kind of are.
Can you explain why misgendering is an act of violence?
A Christian teacher who...
It's not an act of violence. It's not violence. See, but that's why these people take it to such an extreme. These people take it to such an extreme because, like, people say that, okay, so now we are going to start putting, you know, birth assigned, sex assigned at birth on passports. And their response is, that's violence and it's trans genocide. No, it's literally not that at all, okay? It's not that at all. At the very worst, you could say you're offended, but it's not trans genocide. The word genocide has lost all meaning in the last year. I see people using genocide to describe everything, all right? If you call someone that wants to be called a she, if you call them a he, that's not genocide. Oh my God. It's actually mind-boggling how that word has just become a buzzword for people. Hogwarts Legacy was genocide. I genocided lunch today. The word genocide lost all meaning. Literally. 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 Oh my God.
was banned from teaching for misgendering a pupil has lost his high court battle.
He got the axe for failing to use a transgender student's preferred pronouns.
The social enforcement was fierce, and the legal enforcement wasn't too far behind. As we saw, that not too long after all of this, UK police were showing up at people's houses to arrest them for misgendering people online.
The UK police is arresting people for misgendering people online? What the fuck? Oh my God. And they wonder why it pushed people over the edge, huh?
By 2016, Canada's Bill C-16 blew up in a major way.
Canada.
The legislation was designed to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act to include gender identity or expression, but all it did was upset people about its propensity for compelled pronoun use. And it gave us Jordan Peterson, who at the time was a professor at the University of Toronto.
Wait, Jordan Peterson was just a professor in Toronto, and then gender pronouns literally pushed him off the edge, and he became a political commentator. That's the craziest fucking Batman arc I've ever seen in my life.
And who refused patently to use pronouns like zir and they.
Oh my God.
In mentally unwell people.
That's crazy. Literally. The fucking transgender movement birthed Jordan Peterson. Dog. Dude, that's incredible. They fired him because he wouldn't conform, and they accidentally made one of the biggest right-wing voices in the world. Oh my God. Talk about literally inventing your own enemies.
Lobsters.
In the same year, the U.S. Department of Education issued a directive to public schools that forced them to let trans-identified students use the bathroom and locker room that matched their gender identity. If the schools refused, they risked federal funding cuts. Around the same time, the New York City Commission on Human Rights declared that the refusal—
Again, I feel like it's crazy. Why do some people's quote-unquote rights overwrite other people's rights? Why is it fair for biological women to be terrified in a bathroom, or in a locker room, or in a boxing rink? Why should their rights be overwritten by someone else's rights?
To use a person's preferred pronouns, including zir and here, I haven't heard of here, that's a new one, could be discriminatory under city law, with fines up to $250,000 for employers and landlords.
Oh my God.
Just because they don't want to call you
That's
here.
crazy.
It's spelled H-I-R. Yeah, I know, it's very weird. Unsurprising to absolutely none of you, after this, things started to go downhill pretty quickly. While many trans activists continued to argue that they just wanted to be left alone and live their lives. The wider population...
Yeah, I don't think any of the activists say that. I do think that some of the trans, the people that, you know, come out as trans or whatever, I feel like those people just want to, you know, live their own life. But the activists...
Yeah, you gotta go to the potty. All right, Mac.
Activists, they're all evil. Gulag, you ruined it for everyone else. Activists are literally ruining shit for the people that they fight for every single time.
Was being subjected to both legal and social compliance.
It's like every time I see environmental activists, like, you know, gluing themselves to...
Yeah. This fucking guy. Driving me crazy.
Streets or some shit, I immediately do something to ruin the environment. Such a petty motherfucker. No, I don't actually do that. All right, that was a joke. Unless...
Because of course they were. By 2018, they were pushing to erase women from discussions around pregnancy, motherhood, and menstruation,
that's what I'm
arguing
talking
it
about.
excluded
Hell
trans
yeah.
men and non-binary people. They
Pregnant people. Why does it do this? Why are we fucking doing this? I don't understand.
pushed to change terms like woman to uterus earner.
Someone in my chat just said, it's so scary to be in a female locker room and hear a deep male voice. I immediately covered up. Again, why are the rights of this incredibly small minority somehow fair and valid enough to trample the rights of other people? It's crazy.
Or mother to pregnant person. Politicians started adopting this language.
The largest labor union in the country, the National Education Association, had been proposing a resolution for future contracts to replace the word mother with birthing parent.
That was in the White House. They want to change mother to birthing parent. They're still doing this.
Shifted from, in places, from using the term mother to birthing people.
Health equity for black birthing people.
And birthing people.
Birthing people.
When asked,
what is going on? This is insane. This is crazy. These people are all just terrified to offend Twitter.
American judges couldn't and refused to define what a woman is.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Oh, it's so crazy when people lose their mind over this. The what is a woman question. How does it work every time? It's crazy.
Can I provide a definition? No.
Yeah.
I can't.
What?
You can't?
Not in this context.
So
I'm
you
not a
believe-
What? What? No.
biologist.
To be clear, you wrote this.
I cannot, she said. See, if anyone asks me this question, if I ever bump into like Matt Walsh or one of those people and they say to me, Nux, can you please define woman? I would say, sure. Here you go. Take a look at this video. For those of you curious, this is liberal women scream therapy because Trump was elected. So that's what I would use. All right. If someone says, "What is a woman?" I would just show them that video. Avoid the question entirely. Everyone will know what I mean.
This while you were a sitting judge, 2017? You were on the bench?
That is correct, after a
Okay.
case I had.
So, as I understand it, you don't think that there really is any clear-cut distinction between male and female as biological categories. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
That's what you wrote.
What am I even listening to? How are judges meant to interpret the law when they can't even interpret biology? This is alarming on all the alarming levels. Kind of terrifyingly, this wasn't only a political and social issue. The medical community was starting to participate. Of course, not only in the language changes, but the just kind of...
That's the wild stuff is when like doctors change their understandings of things in general. Like, again, different doctor in my family. Oh, fuck me. I can never outlive the fucking, the Jew connection allegations. All right, so listen. So one of my doctors in my family is an emergency room doctor. Another one is a neurologist, okay? Guys, don't ask questions, okay? I have a lot of doctors in the family. I am definitely the disappointment here, okay? So, doctor in my family, a neurologist, 20 years ago, there was a disease called gender dysphoria that he treated. Now, let's just say textbooks have changed and this family member of mine gets very in difficult situations sometimes. I'm just saying, this is what I've heard, okay?
General mass delusion that was taking place. People in the scientific communities started insisting that there were more than two sexes, tying themselves in knots trying to justify this position.
Nux has a big family. I don't have a big family. They're just all doctors and lawyers.
We ended up with terms like sex assigned at birth and the insistence even from some outfits that men...
Let's talk about pregnant men. Yes, they exist. Oh yeah, well, define man! And then they're cooked. It's over. Like, that's the craziest thing. Like, these articles are so fun. Let's talk about pregnant men. Yes, they exist. Okay, so how do you define man then?
Can give birth.
Do you believe then that men can become pregnant and have abortions?
Yes. Dr. Kumar, can biological men
that's a doctor that's it then.
become pregnant and give birth?
Holy shit, did he hear his question? Could biological men? Like, he is teeing them up.
So men can have pregnancies, especially trans men.
Can men get
Why did he change that question? Why did he change the question?
pregnant?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Well, Mr. Secretary, materials coming from your department, you've referred to mothers as birthing persons.
Oh, she got him in a trap. She trapped him. She trapped him. If he doesn't think men can be pregnant, then why are they called birthing people instead of mothers? Ooh, checkmate.
That title with
Are mothers not persons?
mothers are persons, but it seems to be more inclusive, like you're trying to include another gender in that.
I'm all about inclusion, Congresswoman.
This is, my name
Oh my god.
is Danny. I'm a non-binary
What the?
birther. For those of you who don't know, I gave birth to my child 20 months ago at home. It was beautiful. It was a spiritual experience. Congratulations.
I've had spiritual experiences in my life. None of them were giving birth in my home.
Thank you. I did it as a non-binary person, not as a woman, just to be very clear.
Some medical professionals have insisted and continue to insist that there is no difference between trans-identified males and a female when it comes to female sports.
Well, that's just factually wrong. I hate when people like literally throw facts in the garbage.
That men should be allowed to compete against women, giving us the likes of Leah Thomas and other athletes who have stolen opportunities and wins from female competitors.
I love when this is brought up because almost everyone says, oh, but it's so rare though. I'm pretty sure 890 trophies were won by trans people in female sports. 800, that's a lot of trophies, right? That's a lot of trophies.
In June, a complaint was filed by the families of 3 girls who say allowing transgender athletes to compete in sports as the gender they identify with unfairly discriminates against their daughters.
But I also...
It's so weird how there are no trans men in men's sports, though. Have you noticed that there's no transgender athletes in men's sports? It's kind of weird how that happened. Probably a coincidence.
don't need anybody's permission to be myself and to do the sport that I love.
So yeah, no one's again, no one cares what you do in your own private time. No one's forcing you to not play soccer because you're transgender or because you consider yourself non-binary or whatever, any of that shit. No one wants to stop you from playing sports, okay? It's just competing with people in a way that it eradicates their rights.
So, like, this idea that, like, oh, you're not a biological woman. Well, I am a woman. That's a fact. I am female. So all my identity records, my racing license, my medical records all say female, right? And I'm pretty sure I'm made of biological stuff. So I'm a biological female.
That's the greatest argument I've ever heard. I am biologic, and I identify as female. So, I mean, there we go. I guess I'm made out of stuff, huh? That's right.
Well,
I can't say what
science, bitch.
I want to say here. I will get banned from YouTube. I was actually quite happy earlier when I read this article saying that the asteroid that's set to hit our planet in a couple years will probably not hit it anymore.
Give me the
and
asteroid!
Then I watched this clip.
Bring it
now
back!
I yearn for the meteor.
Yeah.
By this time, TikTok was in full swing, and you all
TikTok.
know how much I love TikTok. And it became a breeding ground for mental illness and all of this gender insanity. Young people were ideologically captured, and all of this started showing
This is the worst compilation I've ever seen in my life.
up much, much more in schools and in
Oh, no dad, I'm trans for a little girl. Come on, dude.
universities and in the medical field, where kids were insisting that they were something other than their sex. To answer this growing demand, gender clinics started popping up all over the place. Doctors made lighthearted TikToks talking about performing double mastectomies on healthy young people.
Gender clinics across the country have seen a huge rise in child referrals.
Our journey with a trans
Why should children be like, even if you're the most hardcore leftist on the planet, how can you do this to children, bro? How can you do this? They can't consent to shit. They can't drink, they can't drive, they can't vote, they can't go to the military. But they could consent to get their dick snipped off? Like, this is insanity. It makes no logical sense.
transgender child.
You know, we've seen staggering growth in gender medical treatment for children.
My name is Ella, and I'm 7 years old, and I'm transgender.
Dog, a 7-year-old doesn't even need to know what transgender means. What is going on?
UK's Tavistock Institute was prescribing puberty blockers to people as young as 10, insisting children must be gender affirmed early on, lest they go and, you know, do horrible things to themselves. The insanity was absolutely everywhere, coming at us from all sides. And rather than seeing this, rather than identifying the growing backlash and anger and frustration coming from the wider population and trying to be understanding, the trans activist gender movement people instead decided to double down. Wow, that's...
Yeah, that always works, guys. The best way to be accepted in society is to be a nuisance to everyone around you. That's right. That'll make everyone accept and love you so much more.
So crazy. I can't believe they did that. That's just
Didn't see that
totally
coming.
unexpected for
Again, you give a finger, they want a hand. That's how it works.
Threats from trans-identified males towards women, they
decapitate TERFs? No shot you're having trans women actually threatening the lives of women. Oh my god! What is happening? Actual clown world. What is TERFs? I don't know. It's women that don't like trans people or something. Oh god. Oh fuck. This is crazy. How is this not incitement of violence? Like actual criminal shit. God damn. Nux, did you consent to having your dick snipped at 8 days? Yeah, well, a circumcision doesn't actually fucking affect shit. It doesn't change anything. Actually chopping it off and doing a whole ass surgery, that's very different.
label as hateful became...
TERF stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminists. Radical Feminists! Yeah, the radical feminists that don't want trans men to beat the shit out of you.
Commonplace. Images of women being hanged with captions like "dead TERFs" or "kill a TERF" have circulated.
How is this okay? How could decapitate TERFs trend?
Across the internet, cheered on by so many. While they scream about just wanting acceptance, they fail to
This is awful. Oh my god.
rein in the worst actors among them, including those perpetuating legitimately violent rhetoric.
It's crazy. If you're on the good side of history, according to them, you can do literally anything. If you're on the bad side of history, you should be executed. Imagine women saying kill trans people in public. They would be imprisoned for hate crimes. Like, holy shit.
They come here and be really fluffy and be really nice and say, yeah, be really lovely and queer and gay. No, if you see a TERF, punch him in the fucking face.
T-shirts with messages
God
like
damn.
trans rights or else and
This is insane. It's crazy. What if I had an ideology that wasn't accepted by a lot of people and I said we should fight my ideology literally with force? Look, what can I say? Our taxpayer dollars going to USAID going to good work.
and protect trans kids with images of knives or guns have been seen at trans protests across the country. Countless stories about males exposing themselves to women and young girls in locker rooms and bathrooms have made headlines, met with silence from trans activists, of course. Incidences of women being essayed by trans-identified males in prison have gone ignored by the community that fights for their inclusion at the
no shit, obviously. No one wants to talk about no one wants to tell you news that goes against your message. Rather just close your ears to atrocities committed by the shit you're promoting. Because, hey, that's much better.
Cost of harming women. Even the most hailed trans activists have behaved wildly inappropriately, with one incident making national headlines when Rose Montoya was seen partially naked on the White House lawn in 2023. The message that everyone who disagrees with you must be a Nazi has eroded any attempts to reach common ground.
I love that, to be honest. I literally love that. I feel like this is like a classic like leftist talking point that literally it pushes everyone away from your cause. It pushes everyone away from your cause. If you don't agree with me, you're a Nazi. That's what they all say. And honestly, that means you don't want a middle ground. Literally, it means you don't want a middle ground. I mean, another example of this is like Israel, for example. Israel offered a two-state solution to different Palestinian groups 4 times over the last bunch of years, always rejected because they said, no, we don't want any Jews in Israel. That's why it was rejected 4 times. Now, well, why isn't Israel giving a two-state solution? Like, and it happens every time. If you write your message out, literally you write the message, you say, anyone that doesn't agree with me is a Nazi, well, why are people gonna want to find a middle ground?
But worse than that, it has emboldened people to continue making violent threats in the name of protecting themselves. Like this video, for example, that circulated in 2023, where a trans-identified individual made several alarming remarks.
I dare you to try and stop me from going into a women's bathroom.
That is a threat. That's terrifying.
It will be the last mistake you ever make. I dare you to try and stop a transgender woman in my presence from using the bathroom.
Holy shit.
It will be the last mistake you ever make. This is a call to action.
It's very, very feminine.
You need to arm up. Plain and
What?
simple. Go out,
God.
buy a gun.
That is the most womanly threat I've ever heard.
You need to protect yourself, and you need to protect your fellow transgender brothers and sisters and theys and thems. You need to protect the rest of us in the LGBT community, as I'm going to do myself. Because
what?
Because there are lots of people like me who are not afraid to die.
Bro, this person is gonna get some men's rights and men's lefts right in their face. God damn.
I always find these type of
They're pro-gun when it's literally killing men.
videos really interesting because they're usually being
She's not transgender, she's trans fat. Fuck. Oh, chat, stop.
Made for people who can't even run up a hill. The people that you're instructing to get firearms probably think they're too heavy. It actually just makes me think of an army of David Huggs, and I don't find that particularly intimidating. The notion that someone stopping you from using a bathroom is worthy of physical violence is a direct result of the ideas that trans activists have been spreading for over a decade. That anyone who doesn't abide by the growing insanity of the gender ideology and trans movements is a direct threat.
Wait, that's
growing
insane.
Insanity of the gender ideology and
This is why people can't, like, I feel like sometimes the people that are advocating for this are actually fucking industry plants put there by the other party. This has to be some sort of operative. Protect undocumented queer trans folks? Undocumented queer trans folks. This has to be a psyop, bro.
Trans movements is a direct threat. The many viral It's Ma'am moments certainly haven't helped bring the public around to accepting
I've seen this clip.
These types of ideas and behaviors.
It's ma'am! It's ma'am! That's what this individual is yelling.
In civil society. Once again, putting it mildly. Say what you want to about the It's Ma'am crowd, but they have given us a lot of very fun videos to laugh at over the years.
Listen, I'm just saying, you can either cry about the state of the world, or you can laugh at the state of the world. Join me! Chaos on this channel. Subscribe for more chaos. It's what we do here.
I'm just trying to give you guys some silver linings here. The irony for me, and I'm not quite sure how to articulate this, but I'm gonna do my best, is that many trans activists and allies from the trans and gender-based communities, these movements, paint themselves typically as the victim in all of this.
Literally, they paint themselves as the victim in everything. Every single time. It's actually Victim Olympics.
The fact that they are, in fact, the most aggressive perpetrators online a lot of the time, and typically
literally it's actual cry bullying. The entire it's a giant community of cry bullies. It's crazy. It's actually wild. They are very inclusive, unless you're a white guy, in which case they're gonna cook you.
The ones making these situations even worse. I just really struggled to see how the most aggressive voices in a community and across an issue who are contributing to people getting doxxed and fired and harassed and whatnot are the victims.
Like, it's crazy. Like, when you say it, it makes no sense. But I feel like that's literally been the state of, honestly, the far left for a very long time. A very long time. Bro, it's actually insane. If you're a trans, gay, retarded person, I would lick your feet, god damn it. That's how oppressed you are.
And all of that. I feel like I am missing something. The dots are not all connecting. Anyway.
No, it's wild. It's like, I am a marginalized minority victim. How dare you speak to me like that? I'm gonna kill you. And everyone's like, yeah! Yeah! Preach, queen!
All of this said, you might be asking,
call me racist, but I actually treat all races equally. All right, I treat all races, all gender identities, all whatever. I give you the respect that you give me. Okay, that's what I do. I don't give a shit. Whatever you do in your private life. If you're an asshole, though, I will. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna go wild. Toxic to toxic people, wholesome to wholesome people. This is what you do. You do not buckle on your ideals, okay? Just because I treat people with the respect that they treat me, that doesn't mean I need to fucking buckle my ideals in order to kiss the ground you walk on.
Sydney, what's the net effect of all of these things? Well, I will tell you.
Yeah. No, they've literally paved their own road to hell. It's crazy. They absolutely undermine their own movement every single time. And now Trump is in America, and the first thing Trump said was two genders. And literally everyone applauded.
People are tired. They are tired of walking on eggshells. And they
True.
are fed up with being accused of bigotry or
True.
transphobia, lest they use the...
Not just transphobia. They call you genocidal. That's the new thing. Because transphobia, it's not an insult anymore to a lot of people. Because if you're called transphobic, then it's like, all right, whatever, all right, sure, whatever. You know, everyone's called transphobic these days. But bro, they changed the terms to genocidal. Because if there's an M on the passport instead of an F, it means you want trans-genocide, which is not true. It's a lie. I'm telling you, every time, I am telling you, the word genocide is the new Nazi. People didn't catch on to this one yet, but genocide is the new Nazi. Every time you see the word genocide in a tweet, match it to the Google definition of genocide, and I swear to you 99% of the time it'll be false.
Wrong pronoun with a stranger that they meet in the store. Many people...
No, literally, you bump into someone in the store and you say, sorry, sir. They'll say, it's ma'am, and they'll film you and they'll post it on the internet, and then people will harass you. Like, that's not normal.
Me included, are tired of watching language be altered and erased to accommodate a fraction of the population, erasing age-old truths that we have known and understood since the beginning of recorded history. So yeah, it's not really a mystery why the pendulum is doing a backswing right now. Depending on your...
Again, the pendulum swings back because once it swings all the way to the far... to any side, let's say left in this analogy, far
Told you. Told you, dumb motherfuckers. No, I don't really give a shit. I'm gonna consider it a public place. Fuck you. It's a public place. Maybe if you had a password on your or you had to invite, but if you can just find it, look it up on the internet and join, then I consider it a public place. I'm pretty sure a judge would rule in my favor. I'm not pretty sure. I almost guarantee it. Because I can argue that point pretty fucking strongly. What the hell's he doing?
They say that God works in mysterious ways, and there's never been stronger evidence of that than what happened today. A movie theater ceiling collapsed during a showing of Captain America: Brave New World. This could have been a tragic event with deaths, injuries, and boo-boos, but because showings for Captain America: Brave New World are emptier than my ass after I go take a shit during this next cut, there was no one in the theater at the time of this happening. Well, at least no one in the danger zone, in the splash zone. There were actually 2 people in the theater when it occurred, but both were far enough away from the event to have been at risk. They were completely unharmed, luckily. Now, if this had happened at a more popular film, like Sonic the Hedgehog 3, there'd be tons of corpses.
Yeah.
Just look at that debris there. It looks like an anvil came in there, Looney Tunes style. It is a complete ceiling collapse. When I read the headline initially, I thought it was like a roof tile fell down, and that'd be like big time ouchies if that hit you, but probably wouldn't kill you. If you were in the first 3 rows here, like if this was like a full auditorium, I have no doubt people actually would have died there. It's like I said at the beginning, the Lord works in mysterious ways. He ensured the new Captain America movie was mediocre enough so that when something like this happened, there wasn't a soul in the vicinity at risk. Save for the 2 spectators who probably got a huge jump scare from that. There's an investigation going on to try and find out what caused this. Because, again, it wasn't like, you know, one little piece of the ceiling fell. That whole motherfucker caved in and came in like an asteroid. Like, that looks like a building imploded and then fell through. So I don't know what could have caused that. Maybe it was put up with toothpicks and bubblegum. Couldn't tell you, but it is very lucky no one was there. If this had happened at a Joker 2 showing, we wouldn't have even known the ceiling collapsed until Joker 2 was out of theaters and they replaced it with something better, because nobody was showing up to that shit, so no one would have ever even seen that a ceiling caved in. Apparently the theater was made in 1919, so it's over 100 years old. I think those bones are starting to wear out.
Being a form of government propaganda here at home. Because that message, unlike, you know, maybe in the 1950s,
they can't keep up with the
when we were trying to
people go to theaters anymore.
Subvert communism in Greece, that message then comes back here. And so the content of that message, like you're talking about, is so critical that it is in fact something that is supportive of our interests and accurate, and something that is not going to undermine support for the United States here at home even.
Right. Schellenberger, you want to add anything to that?
Well, only that, I mean, of course, everybody should be free to speak their mind, but I think if we're going to have taxpayers, you know, funding this activity, they should be talking about how special this country is. I mean, that's why so many people have been trying to come here. So the level of anti-Americanism and globalism that we've seen promoted by these organizations, I think it's horrendous. So I share your views.
When the global media outlet for the United States sounds a lot like Russia Today's messaging globally, we have a problem on it, and that's our problem. They spend a lot of time saying we're going to prove that we have a free press by having government-paid reporters tell a story. If they want to prove we have a free press, we can point to CBS, ABC, and NBC and say, look, we have a free press on it, but we should be getting our messaging out on this. One other quick question on this. The Inspector General for Afghan Reconstruction noted at least $11 million has gone directly to the Taliban from our foreign aid of the $2 billion, and they couldn't identify the rest, exactly who were the recipients of that aid. Have you been able to track at all aid that's gone directly to the Taliban since we have left Afghanistan?
I have not, sir, but what I will point out, there's been a lot of complaints about the Inspector General at USAID being let go. What was the Inspector General doing exactly? I mean, we've seen all the waste, fraud, and abuse that you've documented, so what's the point of having an Inspector General if they're not going to inspect?
Right. I do hope that the president actually nominates a new Inspector General quickly. That is an important role for Congress to be able to have some insight into different agencies, and it's important to have that role, but I would agree. Your job is to inspect and to be able to report back, and if you're not identifying this waste, why are you there? I yield back.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I am disappointed that we are not having a serious hearing on how to improve USAID. There's room for improvement in every agency, as there is in almost anything that we do. But this hearing is simply designed to give cover for President Trump's unlawful dismantling of a congressionally established agency against the law and against the interests of this country. And against the interests.
What did you say, Senator?
Many in this country.
You are a moron.
Farmers who benefit.
I don't want you in charge of anything. If the American people want to hire fucking Trump or elect Trump, and we want this done. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, buddy. You need to go find a new job, Senator.
The Inspector General.
That's bullshit. We don't need a new one.
The U.S. Agency for International Development, Paul Martin.
They failed. You failed terribly. They failed terribly. The whole. It's all done. They failed. You didn't do your job correctly. You don't know where money is. You failed. You're terrible. Go to bed. You're fired.
Has submitted a report. I ask that it be made part of the record if there's no objection. And in that report was critical of the so-called pause in foreign assistance funding, saying that it has delayed $489 million of food assistance at ports, in transit, and in warehouses. I'm quoting, at the risk of spoilage, unanticipated storage needs, and diversion. That's waste in government. And it's not just a little bit of waste, it's humongous waste. $489 million in those fees alone. He says the pause in funding and reductions in staff, including over 90% of BHA's workforce furloughed or placed on administrative leave, has undermined two key oversight mechanisms to assure accountability over humanitarian assistance funding, partner vetting, and third-party monitoring. I don't have time to go into the details, but that is also waste.
Yeah.
And when we talk about the other effects of this pause, let's look at the effect on farmers, American farmers, who grow the food that USAID distributes. American farmers, in 2022 alone, USAID helped to distribute nearly 4 billion pounds of American-grown food to 58 million people around the globe. I know that some of my colleagues are reluctant to defend foreign humanitarian aid. It doesn't always poll well. It's humanitarian assistance. I think Americans are better than trashing the idealistic goals that have motivated our nation over the years, but putting aside the humanitarian instincts behind some of USAID, here's what American farmers have said in reaction to these actions. President of the Iowa Farmers Union said, quote, USAID is important for farmers. It's unfortunate that we would drop those relationships that we have built over time, end quote. The Ohio Farmer Union president said, quote, USAID plays a crucial role.
I don't care.
Not only providing food aid to millions around the world, but also directly purchasing grains from Ohio farmers. Ohio farmers are more than capable
I don't care.
of rising to the challenge of feeding the world, but they need stability to do so. In shuttering USAID, President Trump is pulling billions of dollars away from American farmers without apparently a second thought. That's a lot of harm. That's a lot of waste and a lot of abuse to people who are the backbone of food production.
I don't care.
In this nation.
They're still going to produce the food.
Already,
whether
a lot
or
of
not.
their...
You're a moron. They're going to produce the food whether or not they're selling it for other countries to eat it. I don't care. It failed. Period. USAID's the cancer. Same as your job. You're failing. You're failing your job right now, and not understanding what the people want. You're failed. You're done. I can't watch that shit. It's gonna get me mad. I can't believe people are like, I can't believe this. I can't believe this is actually, that we're actually talking about shit like this.
heinous assassination attempts on the president's life. He's spoken to this publicly. I've spoken to him about it privately, and as he said publicly to all of you, he feels he has a right to know about further information about the individuals who tried to kill him, tried to take his life. And so, if and when we get that information, I'll leave it up to the president to decide whether or not he would like to reveal it. But I believe in the effort of transparency that we've seen consistently from this president, he certainly will. Daniel.
Thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask you about the $59 million.
This is insane. Why do they keep taking my fucking constitutional rights away? No, he wasn't on there. It's AI. Oh yeah, that's what I want.
Did you know Wolverine once willingly turned into a vampire? When a bloodsucker named Alyssa began her quest for world domination, Logan enlisted the help of a vampire hunter known as the Night Guard, and together they started their hunt for the one responsible for all the chaos. While the duo hacked their way through hordes of Nightwalkers, Wolverine discovered that one of his old soldier buddies, Maverick, was working for the other side, before locating the enemy's base of operations, where Logan learned that Night Guard was invisible to cameras due to her vampiric nature. Logan used this information to his advantage and stabbed himself with one of the swords meant to halt his healing factor, while allowing his partner to turn him into a vampire to avoid detection. However, his plan backfired when he succumbed to Alyssa's mind control, forcing Night Guard to stab him with her UV sword, which jump-started his healing factor and turned him back into his original self, while the vampire mastermind was ultimately killed by the vampire hunter. Did you know Wolverine once willingly turned into a vampire?
Some comic fans may say that the Hulk is the strongest there is. Those people have not met the Maestro. Some versions of your favorite superheroes can be cruel, but the ruler of Earth 9200 is the meanest Hulk in the multiverse. Maestro, Hulk Origins. So how did we get from the Hulk, hero and avenger of Earth, to Maestro, the feared ruler of dystopia? Well, as he pounds on a sentinel with some other heroes, bliss fills Banner's soul.
Life is good. It just could not possibly get any better. Betty and my sons and I are happy. Every so often I get to get out and stretch my legs. Hard to believe.
But things get really weird when Hulk awakens from the simulation in a mysterious facility and runs into AIM forces. Led by an elderly MODOK, the villain let Hulk know that all of Earth's heroes died thanks to nuclear war, World War III. Hulk leapt to the surface to confirm the truth for himself. The world, including Betty and his sons, was gone. The Hulk then embarked on a trip across the ruined United States, visiting landmarks like Mount Rushmore. At Washington Mall, he saw a kid going into a trap door near the Jefferson Memorial. He followed the boy and discovered a bunker housing a group of survivors led by Machine Man. It is here that Hulk first learned about Dystopia, the city formerly known as New York, and its leader, the Maestro. Upon arriving in Dystopia, he immediately caught the attention of the authorities thanks to his legendary status. It made more sense when the Maestro revealed himself as Hercules, the Hulk's old friend. Elsewhere, an elderly Rick Jones wandered around his personal museum of heroic relics. He had gathered things like Thor's hammer, Wolverine's skeleton, and Professor X's chair, but the best relic of all had just arrived. His granddaughter Janice informed him that the Hulk was back. Following a bear hug from Hercules, Hulk squared off with his old rival. The two traded punches, but Hulk dipped when he got the chance of a lifetime. Rick Jones ushered him into his macabre museum, where the two barely caught up before arguing. Jones begged his friend to oppose Hercules, who only cared about his own pleasure. But Hulk saw no value in ordinary people anymore.
Ordinary people destroyed the world, Rick. Not the leader, not the Red Skull, none of the despots we fought and died against. Ordinary damn people brought it down around their bloody ears.
To make matters worse, after Hulk was led to Alchemax, he began creating an army of mechanical war dogs and clone soldiers. A few months later, he unleashed them on Hercules. The war for dystopia had begun. Hulk's dogs descended upon the scattered citizens that refused his rule. Hercules took them on for a while before facing Hulk himself. At one point, the Olympian even delivered a beating reminiscent of Loki's in the first Avengers film, but this time it's Hulk who comes out looking puny. Hercules pulverizes the Hulk. Banner decided to give up here and was invited back into the Maestro's good graces. He even received a new suit, but it's a facade. Hulk delivered Hercules a woman believed the Maestro would enjoy. This turns out to be Vapor, a former UFO who transformed into Arsine and entered Hercules' body. This spells an end for both the Olympian and Vapor because Hulk blasted her as soon as his rival was down. Dystopia will never be the same. Hulk held a funeral pyre for Hercules and gave the dystopian people another chance to follow him. Still, they resisted. Hulk's a Hulk of his word, so he set his war dogs on them. Deckard, an associate of Rick Jones, had a weapon built by the X-Men Forge that could kill the Hulk. But Hulk disarmed her with a well-placed smash, and something unthinkable happened. Hercules, ablaze in fire, returned from the dead. But it was the Minister, the Maestro's confidant, who landed the fatal shot on his former boss with the Hulk-killing weapon. Afterward, Hulk returned to Jones's museum seeking revenge for the weapon, only to find an empty bunker. The place exploded, but Hulk clawed his way out of the debris. He takes on the title of Maestro, but instead of praise, Dystopia's new leader faced war. Maestro Hulk versus Dr. Doom. When Maestro Hulk made contact with the Stalkers in Connecticut, he made his goal clear.
I sent an emissary to inform them that I was now in charge, that they were to submit to my rule. They sent my emissary's head back on the stick. I did not take well to such a display of disrespect.
So unwell that he traveled there personally. He slaughtered them all, children included. Maestro then created a new movement to unite all under his rule, Post-Apocalyptic Existence, or PAX. As his first move under PAX, he rooted out the survivors led by Machine Man, but he was fooled by a copy of the hero. Another bunker exploded with Maestro inside, but he stumbled from the wreckage untouched. Soon, more resistance would begin. The Pantheon, a group of heroes who allied with Hulk in the past, joined forces with Dr. Doom to oppose Maestro. Their plan was to return Maestro back to his puny Banner form. This would allow them to imprison or kill him. The Pantheon visits Maestro in Dystopia, where he presents the idea of PAX to his old friends. They were all but too accepting of the idea, and this made Maestro suspicious. But would Maestro play along until they reached the group's ship? Pantheon planned to strike the AIM facility that imprisoned Maestro. But as they went up, tensions did too. Maestro took the Pantheon's leader Atalanta hostage and demanded to know their true goal. But before he got his answer, high-powered knockout gas filled the cabin, taking Maestro down. Meanwhile, the Pantheon had been wearing nose filters. Maestro was kept in a large tank as the Pantheon debated how to turn him back into Banner. They decided to have Paris, an empath, bring Maestro's alter ego out of his psyche. When the Maestro awakened at the Pantheon's old HQ, he knew it wasn't real, but he was face to face with traumatic moments from his childhood. This includes his father's abuse and eventual murder of his mother Rebecca, which set Maestro off. Infuriated by the intrusion, Maestro started strangling Paris in the illusion, which caused him to wake up in the real world. He broke out and fought the Pantheon, managing to take down most of them. But when his mother showed up, Maestro reverted back to being Banner. Then Rebecca shot him dead. Turns out it was all an illusion. Maestro was in the tank the entire time. Dr. Doom then traveled to Dystopia and tried to claim Maestro's throne, but the people in town didn't care one bit. He couldn't be any worse than Maestro was. Meanwhile, the Pantheon kept Banner's body in Duranium, a powerful metal like adamantium and vibranium. As he hibernates, Banner undergoes a therapy session within his mind with Doc Samson. Eventually, Maestro attacked Banner's weaker instincts and painted a very sad picture of the world.
All the people you've met, Betty, Rick, the Avengers, they've been trying to weaken you because they're afraid of you, of what you can do, what you can be. When you release me, trust in me.
To prove it, Maestro broke free of the Duranium and killed Atalanta. In retaliation, Pantheon member Ulysses deployed 2 missile strikes. One was heading for AIM and the other for the Pantheon base. The heroes huddled together in their final moments as Maestro watched the impact from a distance. After the Pantheon's demise, Maestro returns to Dystopia to find Doom sitting on his throne. A fight between these two would be one for the ages, but instead they're shaking hands. What is going on here? Well, Doom and Maestro made a deal to wipe out the 2 factions that could challenge them, except Maestro immediately poisons Doom to solidify his power. But Doom had taken an antitoxin before the meal. The villains were 2 steps ahead of each other until Maestro used electromagnets to rip Doom's armor from his flesh. Before Maestro can finish him off, Doom recovers his visor and transports away. This leaves Dystopia back in Maestro's hands, but trouble rises from the destroyed AIM base. An old enemy, the Abomination, was back. World War M. Abomination experienced a simulated existence while he was captive. He kept losing to Maestro, conditioning him to hate the ruler. Free from AIM, the Abomination would wander around. It was peaceful until he was mistaken for Maestro by Namor the Submariner and forced to defend himself. But sharing a hatred for Maestro, the 2 decided to team up. First, they'd ambush Maestro as he inspected the AIM wreckage, but instead of doing so themselves, they sent the original Human Torch to warm him up. Torch let loose a Nova flame, carving a crater across the city. Maestro coughed and readied himself for round 2. Torch took off toward the Pacific Ocean and Maestro gave chase, then laying eyes on the underwater city of Pacifica for the first time. Maestro figured the Submariner must be involved. Luckily for him, Torch led the way right to Namor. Maestro fought a giant quadrupedal squid that snatched him up after approaching the throne. He rips free of the beast's tentacles and uses it as a whip, crushing Namor's family in the process. Maestro reflects on his past while doing this.
Who knows how many people have lost their lives during my rampages? In the old days, it didn't bother me. These are new days. So much has changed, but my lack of caring is still the same.
Namor snaps, lunging towards Maestro before vanishing from sight. Abomination and the Torch join the fight, but they...
is free. Happy 10 years, Black.
Oh, yes. I love you. Come on. You are.
They disappear too. The trio materializes at Castle Doom where their host greets them only to crumble to the floor. While Maestro was away, Dystopia's minister tried to carry on as usual but ended up kidnapped by Rick Jones and his resistance. The minister's loyalties are made clear. He doesn't care for the Maestro at all and believes Dr. Doom will be able to destroy him. Dr. Doom, now in a wheelchair, proposes an alliance between himself, Abomination, Namor, and Torch. They made preparations as Maestro returned to Dystopia and then to the Alchemax building, figuring he'd find Doom there. Unfortunately, Namor and Abomination spring their trap. Abomination sucker punches Maestro across the face. In return, he receives a punt from Maestro that sends him out of the skyscraper. Namor then springs his trap, a titanic whale of a beast named Gigantor. As Gigantor nearly stomps Abomination and Maestro into the ground, Namor rides atop him, aware he's stolen the show. Maestro thinks that if he can get to Namor, he can stop the monster from wreaking havoc, but all he gets for his trouble is a short trip back to the palace. Back at the castle, Dr. Doom was losing his mind because Gigantor wasn't part of the plan. Abomination saves a mother and her son only for them to be squashed by Gigantor's destruction. Maestro finally reached Namor but chose to attack the monster's eye. This, combined with Namor being transported back to Latveria, causes Gigantor to flee back to the sea. Maestro showed some mercy when he rescued Abomination from drowning, leading the two, vowing to make Namor pay for the deaths he caused. Abomination lived up to his part of the deal by taking them both to Castle Doom, but they ended up in a cell. So Maestro reverted back to Banner to squeeze through the bars. He freed
Looking at
Abomination
top
and
5 most powerful characters in Marvel Comics. Number 5 is Molecule Man, the only being capable of briefly standing up to the Beyonder. Owen Reese generally uses matter manipulation, but these limitations are mostly mental, and it is possible for him to achieve space-time and reality manipulation. Even beings of Lifebringer Galactus stature admitted that the Molecule Man could erase him with a thought. Number 4 is Living Tribunal. The Living Tribunal was the nigh omnipotent judge of all realities and the representative for the one above all. He could nullify the Infinity Gems in unison, a feat worth noting because the Infinity Gauntlet could overpower almost every other cosmic entity simultaneously. Number 3 is Beyonders. The Beyonders are a nigh omnipotent race that dwell in the beyond outside the multiverse. Originally from the second cosmos, they wield omnipotence on their fingertips, a power great enough to build entire universes and give form to random ideas. Number 2 is the One Above All. The One Above All is the highest creative force in known existence and the source of all there is, was, and ever will be. It is said to be more powerful than all its creations combined. Number 1, Stan Lee. Seriously? You want an explanation for this? Looking at top 5 most powerful characters in Marvel Comics. Number 5.
Oh man, they are cooking with the Hulk. If you weren't excited for the rumors and all the things that are happening, you're going to be after this video. That's a guarantee. So we just had several massive leaks about the Hulk make their way onto the internet, and these reports say that the long-rumored World War Hulk movie is indeed real.
It's real.
And it's also likely the secret Hulk movie that was shooting at the end of this year that was rumored that we talked about. There are also reports that Marvel and Sony want Hulk to be the main villain of Spider-Man 4, which sounds goddamn ridiculous if I'm being honest, but technically explainable by the theory we're going to go over in this video. And the thing is, guys, the internet detective in me, the super fan that follows all the crazy Marvel shit, that side of me is so damn excited because of all the rumors that are coming out about the Hulk, man. Like this is crazy. You see, all of this has to do with the Maestro Hulk, an evil version of Bruce Banner, who is frankly on that type shit and has Black Air Force One energy. And you already know this is something we need for the Hulk character badly. No more of this cardigan wearing whatever the this haircut was for your son? No. So let's get into these rumors, man. I think the first thing I want to say is this new World War Hulk rumor does seem to tie directly into other rumors that were about a Hulk versus Wolverine film. Basically, I'm saying that that movie that was rumored to shoot at the end of 2025, that was random, that nobody knew about, and a lot of scoopers said was probably about the Hulk, that movie was likely World War Hulk the entire time. Now, it's also important to realize that the rumors of Marvel Studios wanting to do a World War Hulk movie go back years. This is one of those concepts that Kevin Feige has likely had on a whiteboard for ages, and he was ultimately just looking for the right time and the right project to implement it. I personally remember the World War Hulk rumors being so prevalent that when the Marvel fandom was watching the She-Hulk show and Bruce Banner had to leave to go to Sakaar, many speculate that he would return completely raged out, and that would lead into the MCU version of World War Hulk. This is because in Marvel Comics, World War Hulk happens after the Hulk is marooned on Sakaar, and he ends up conquering that planet after being forced to fight as a gladiator. And you'll of course recall that a lot of that stuff was implemented in Thor Ragnarok. But back to the comic book version of the story, Hulk becomes the king of that planet, and then, oh no, it blows up and kills his new wife.
I'm gonna be so mad.
Then Hulk gets madder than he's ever gotten ever, and you know, in comics, when the Hulk gets more angry, he gets more powerful. This was kind of like the beginning of the John Wick films when the dog dies. Hulk goes nuts, man, and he comes back to Earth to seek vengeance on Tony Stark and the Illuminati, because it was the Illuminati that actually maroons Hulk onto that planet. This was a long time ago in comics, and they said the best solution for Hulk was to basically just put him out to pasture at a different planet. And so that's the comic book story, but it's also important to remember that Marvel Studios never does a direct one-to-one adaptation of a comic book story for an MCU project. Projects like Civil War, Age of Ultron, and even Infinity War are very different in the MCU compared to what they were in comics. I mean, usually the spirit of the story is still the same, and some big events are adapted for the live action version, but the differences are wild, man. I mean, they're very different from what the comics were. Okay, so now you know what the World War Hulk story was in the comics. You know that the MCU never directly adapts that, and you know that the World War Hulk rumors have been around for a year. So now let's get into this new report from the World of Real. And according to the World of Real, the World War Hulk movie is real. So last week in an article titled "George Miller has shown interest in directing Thor 5 and Hulk," the World of Real talks about how a rumor came out that a World War Hulk movie was in production. And ironically, this rumor came out from Production Weekly. A lot of redundancy in this video. Anyway, after this Production Weekly listing came out for the World War Hulk movie, the person that wrote this article on the World of Real did check with their sources, and he reports that although the plans are not official, the goal from Marvel Studios is to shoot this film by the end of this year. Mark Ruffalo is said to come back and play the Hulk, and they also say in the article that Captain America Brave New World will set up World War Hulk for the Hulk character, and then Thunderbolts will be the connecting branch for the character's first MCU solo movie. Talking about Mark Ruffalo's version of the Hulk, because of course the only Hulk movie that was a solo film in the MCU so far was Edward Norton's Hulk. Additionally, in this article, they say that Feige has reached out to several directors for World War Hulk, and this includes George Miller. And according to the World of Real, Miller is completely open to doing this movie. He's also interested in doing Thor 5, which of course makes sense because Chris Hemsworth and him did Furiosa together, and apparently it was Chris Hemsworth that got George Miller to consider taking a job with Marvel Studios. And so according to this article, although it's not official, the plan for Marvel Studios is to shoot World War Hulk by the end of 2025. It's going to be set up by Captain America Brave New World and the Thunderbolts movie. Mark Ruffalo will be playing the Hulk in that movie, and George Miller might direct it. This is insane stuff, dude. Holy shit. I mean, I'm gonna be so hyped up if this actually comes together. George Miller is an insanely talented director, and I would love for him to do anything in the MCU, frankly. Like, his visual style is so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Science solves problems. Hulk and I, we're a team.
Force burst. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I think Namor.
Ah, so you have decided to join me in the fight against the surface world after all. I knew you would make the right choice. I'm Hulk!
However, should you choose to join your mutant brethren,
why would Namor wish to become the subject of a
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
I feel like Hulk should knock that over. Took me years to control this form.
expecting.
Every little bit helps.
Did I come through the green door again? Everyone loves a trickster. This is real firepower! They are in front of us. Time to vanish.
What are you doing? Fucking.
This is real firepower!
Double KO!
They dare to lay hands on me?
Wow.
I am accused of loving chaos. It is true.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Ready to rock, sis?
You know me, Johnny. When I'm needed, I'm there.
Old, reliable.
Don't.
I am Loki, god of mischief and the king of Asgard.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Who needs straw?
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Everyone loves a trickster until the trick is played on them.
Magnificent.
An opportunity for combat.
I outnumber you. Render me assistance. Healing for my friends.
The mission area is yours to capture now. The missionary is yours.
Hmm.
Need help? Call Star.
Shields up! They've almost got it!
Your powers are mine!
Us against the world! Oh, they're so friendly!
I have many faces. My face, you know.
So cold.
Someone has us in their sights.
Every little bit helps.
I was getting taken out by these fucking shots, guns.
Keep going. Control lost.
I have many faces.
Fucking weak. Why do I want to fucking play in the ranked? Can't fucking win shit. Fucking aggravating.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Science solves problems.
I'm not Hulk. Go!
He's part of me, but he's not all of me. I'm Hulk.
Get ready.
Worst part about costumes? The blood stains. Am I right?
No, I don't fight to hurt people. I fight to heal them.
Well, when I'm done here, you'll have plenty of folks to heal. Trust me.
Something tells me I should start with you. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Better already.
Systems restoring. This is gonna hurt.
If at first you don't... I'm Hulk.
Ow!
I'm hulking
out. My game is glitching out.
Hulk smash! Hammer shield!
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Fuck, I tried to jump back, couldn't.
Here we go again.
No smashing us now! By the eye of Agamotto!
I have a shield, but nothing more.
Vehicle moving again.
Second chance is over.
All systems go.
Hulk smash!
Only 60 seconds left.
Hmm.
I have to get this right. I'm
Hulking out!
Down to 30 seconds.
Protect!
We have to step
They should keep us safe.
By the eye of Agamotto! Hammer shield!
The current score is 1-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Science solves problems.
Who needs four when you got one like me?
What? What? Why?
Goodbye. For now. Just what I need. Now, disappearing. Reborn from the chaos. Be right back.
Hot diggity dog!
Now, disappearing.
This is real firepower!
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Now I've got something to prove.
Needed some help.
Control lost.
Back in the swing of things.
Like a star!
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background. Even when the multiverse is in danger, family still comes first.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Another fine mess Doom's gotten us into this time, eh, Stretch?
My
Victor's always had a way of bringing chaos to our doorstep.
Yeah, well, I plan to make a delivery of my own. A rocky fist to his metal face.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? I don't think I could handle the pressure of Force.
We've been discovered.
Psionic
I'm taking less damage. Invisible? Rest easy, Ben.
Clear the way! Capture the mission area! Clear the way!
Thought you wouldn't see me again?
We are undefeatable! Us against the world! Disappear!
Fuck, dude.
It's clear I'm still needed here.
Psionic burst!
That's much better.
Force burst!
Now I see them.
This fucking not
Clear the way!
shit. Dude.
We are undefeatable!
Even when you can't see me, I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You promise me you'll take it easy out there, Susie.
Benjamin J. Grimm, I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Hey, make fun of my tail all you want, but I've still beaten Doom, Thanos, and Galactus. There they are. I'm hurt.
Thought you wouldn't see me again? didn't see me again? Clear the way! I was worried. Feeling fantastic.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
A little help, please. Psionic burst! Feel the pull! I got you covered. Such curious little spiders.
We are undefeatable!
Oh, someone disconnected too, this is fucking awesome.
What are you guys doing?
We got disconnected. There's somebody that disconnected. Just surrender.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Somebody DC'd. What are we doing? Fucking game's not fun, dude. It's like, give me a fucking win. At least one, dude. Feed me a win. Fucking ridiculous, bro. How do you just fucking get fucked over that many times? It's insane.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Science solves problems.
Not another Spider-Man. Fuck. I'm tired of losing.
I can store again. I'm.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
So you have decided to join me in the fight against the surface world after all. I knew you would make the right choice.
This is but a temporary alliance. However, should you choose mutant brethren to occur, why would you wish to become consulted?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop that. You're in
I'm Hulk. Ow! Feeling buff. Hulk protect! I'm Hulk. Ow!
This is real firepower!
Judge, jury, executioner! I'm Hulk. Ow! Hulk graceful.
Banner's back.
I'm Hulk. Ow!
Everyone loves a trickster until the trick is played on them.
Just fucking sitting up there as target practice, so it's getting old.
The man.
Lead them to Khonshu!
Help that guy! I outnumber you. Armed and dangerous! Don't get! Armed and dangerous!
Greetings. What did I miss?
This is real firepower!
Mutant kind!
The more the merrier.
Lead them to Khonshu!
I have many faces.
Right up here.
All of these
No,
easily
one.
collapsed.
I have a. Oh, you come here, cloak and dagger.
Your powers are mine!
Us against the world! Us against the world! Thanks.
aiming after me.
Our victory is nearly at hand.
Final 10 seconds.
Almost there.
I have many
You'll have to keep fighting to be that winner.
invigorating, no.
The current score is 0-1. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I am Loki, god of mischief and the king of Asgard.
This map is great.
Without chaos, life becomes a predictable, orderly prison.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
A new world is a-forming, a shuffling of the galactic guard, if you will. You could be part of it.
I will remain loyal to my friends.
Loyalty is a powerful bond, and also a terrible weakness.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. You got it?
Take it out. I have many faces. Time to vanish.
Where?
Halt the adversary. Still shooting for my friends. I have many faces.
Help that guy!
I outnumber you.
It seems we have company.
Swatted?
I'm a true team player. I outnumber you.
Broken dagger?
I have many faces.
Gather around!
I accept this.
Your powers are mine!
Us against the world!
Lights out.
Final score, 2, 2, 1.
Spidey, Spidey, Spidey. He won with a terrible Spidey. Can't believe that.
The guy's here to fix the leak on your solid gold faucet.
Send him in.
This place looks like the Liberace Museum.
Hey, I'm the prince of this city. When you're in my office, you treat me with respect.
Who did your decorating? Saddam Hussein?
I'll have you know this is all very classy stuff. And that painting of the tiger and the woman.
Two gang members made a huge mistake by challenging a professional boxer under an abandoned bridge. This wasn't a movie set, but a real fight that happened in South Korea. The tension was high at the start, and no one wanted to throw the first punch. Eventually, the blonde thug took the initiative. Seeing the boxer not fighting back, the thug became bolder and escalated his attacks. To me, it seemed like a one-on-one fight, with the other guy acting more like a healer. The boxer held back, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. When the blonde lost patience, the opportunity arose. As the fight turned one-on-one, the healer didn't hesitate for a second and chose to surrender. All I can say is, an incompetent ally is more dangerous than an enemy. Two gang members made a huge...
Fucking bored, man. Wooden scooter crew. Really?
Si hubieras amado cuando te amé, serías en mis sueños la mejor mujer. Si no supiste amar, ahora te puedes marchar. Te llamé, si hubieras amado.
Bullshit.
This is just crazy.
They keep trying to trick us into believing something is popular, so then we go out and buy it. I'm getting so sick and tired of watching both game developers and games media gaslighting the audience and themselves rather than just calling things out for what they are. You need to throw up a signal flare when there's an issue, but they want to keep handing out consolation prizes, and then they wonder why studios close down. How do you not recognize that you are exacerbating this issue?
The reason is that the people that are running these studios and the people that are in media, they don't have any risk of the studio shutting down because they're not going to lose their job if the studio gets shut down.
It is one of the biggest copes I have ever seen. Game developers and journalists self-congratulating when the numbers and the player sentiment are telling a completely different story. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm struggling to tell the difference between article and advertisement this week.
Well, that's because there is no difference. People, and the problem with a game like Avowed is that the game got positioned in, you know, what you would say the culture war. And because it got positioned in the culture war, everybody decided that Avowed is either good or bad based off of their position on that. So, like, if you're one of the, quote, woke people, you're going to talk about Avowed being good. And if you're not, then you're going to talk about Avowed being bad. That's the reason. It's completely fucking tribal. There's no actual logic behind any of it.
They want to wish success into existence. That doesn't work.
Yeah.
I'm getting Dragon Age the Veilguard deja vu all over again. Look, I don't think that Avowed is an objectively bad game. I've played it. We're going to end up talking about that. But it's just a fine game. It's an okay game. But okay isn't acceptable from a studio as storied, experienced, or as prestigious as Obsidian.
I think the game, listen, I played the game. I played Avowed. I beat Avowed on the hardest difficulty. I had fun playing the game. I did. I'm sorry. I had fun playing the game. Would I say it's a 7 out of 10? After looking at other RPGs, it's probably closer to a 6, but my experience was probably closer to a 7. That's how I feel.
Expect more from them. They should expect more from themselves. But the funny thing is that they don't. The industry doesn't want you to expect more. These studios don't want you to expect more. And this studio specifically doesn't expect more from themselves. This is a growing issue in the games industry. It's poisoning the culture of some of these studios because they're not just accepting mediocrity. They're aiming for it. Not my words, theirs. But before we get into that, a word from today.
Yeah, that's a good way to say it.
A sponsor, Exit Lag. You know what's worse than getting outplayed? Losing because of lag. Nothing kills.
You know what they should do ads for is aimbots.
A match faster than high ping, packet loss, and random disconnects.
Yeah.
That's where Exit Lag
Sick
comes
of losing
in. Exit Lag
matches?
optimizes your connection with AI route optimization, a dynamic
aimbot.
stabilizer, and a diagnostic center, ensuring that you get the best connection to over 2,000 games worldwide.
Man.
It works by finding the fastest, most stable route to game servers, reducing ping and eliminating stuttering so you can focus on actually playing the game instead of fighting your internet.
This is the reason why I don't win every game in Marvel Rivals.
Is easy. Just download Exit Lag, create an account, pick your game, and activate the best route with a single click. I tested it myself, and before using Exit Lag, my ping was all over the place. After turning it on, stable, smooth, and no more lag spikes.
No,
right now you
not.
can get 50% off an annual plan, so there's no reason to deal with bad connections ever again. And they also offer squad plans, letting you and up to 4 friends optimize your connections together so the entire team can stay lag-free. Get a 3-day free trial using the link or the QR code on screen and experience lag-free gaming yourself. Play with Exit Lag on. Thank you to Exit Lag for sponsoring this video. Avowed has to be one of the strangest launches I've seen in years because when it was first announced, the hype was...
weird thing about the Avowed launch was the fact that a month before the game came out, everybody started rumoring about it being delayed. Everybody thought the game was going to get delayed. And then they said, oh no, it's actually coming out in a month.
We're going back.
This is just crazy.
They keep trying to trick us in
bubbles in popularity, right? You can look at Lost Ark, Hogwarts Legacy, Space Marine 2. Those are 3 that I can think of right off the top of my head, right? There's probably another one that I can think of as well. And
Do you think it is appropriate to sign $50 million of spending to fight the Trump administration while also asking the federal government for $40 billion in fire relief aid?
I wouldn't frame the question as you framed it.
All right, guys, so breaking news here. Apparently, Gavin Newsom has finally crawled out of the dark hole he has been hiding in. And that's something I brought up in a video a couple days ago. I was like, guys, where is Gavin Newsom right now? Notice how we basically have not heard from the guy. Is he still even the governor of California? Because ever since he was so publicly humiliated by the disaster that was the California wildfires, and of course, being absolutely mocked and humiliated by Trump on that tarmac, he basically has been hiding away from the media cameras. You know, this is a guy who is supposed to be the 2028 Democrat frontrunner, and yet he is completely missing in action, likely because he knows it's a bad look for him, right? He's just completely embarrassed, he's completely disgraced, and he was essentially trying to go into the bunker, much like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did before him, and try to like sit out the noise and reemerge. And finally, guys, he has reemerged. So from going to privately humiliating himself to now once again publicly humiliating himself, Gavin Newsom has finally responded to the Trump administration's criticism on the high-speed rail project. And as you could probably imagine, his response is just utterly stupid and ridiculous. So we'll get into all of that today. And it seems to me that even as Gavin Newsom crawls out of hiding, he still understands he's not in a very good position and he seems to be in a desperate panic. But we'll tell you all about that. So guys, if you enjoy the content, do us a favor, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Okay, subscribing is the best way to support our work and ensures that we can keep exposing and holding accountable politicians like Gavin Newsom, because clearly nobody else seems willing to do so. And with that said, okay, just to recontextualize, we have done a couple videos on this Chronicle, and it's funny, I'm almost like the only person who's so obsessed with this, but I grew up in California. I remember this, right? This is the thing. I remember my entire childhood being told about how, hey, you know, in a couple years, we're going to have this train from LA to San Francisco. And of course, it never got built, and the Trump administration's finally been challenging it. So once again, for people who maybe are not familiar, let's do a brief recap. Okay, so back in 2008, the voters of California voted in favor of approving a approximately $10 billion project to build a high-speed train from California to San Francisco. Fast forward now to 2024, the project is billions of dollars over budget. Okay, it was supposed to only cost $10 billion. It's now so far costed about $33 billion, and nothing is done. Literally, like, nothing is done. It's being dubbed the train to nowhere because they built a little bit of rail in the middle of the Central Valley in like the desert areas of California. It was supposed to be done in 2020. It's 2024, nowhere close to being complete. And apparently now they are saying it's going to cost about $110 billion, according to CBS News, to finish the train. So like, it's just, honestly, I think it's the greatest example of just government waste and incompetence and pure corruption, I think, arguably in modern American history. Like, it really is that bad. And guys, for context, okay, just so we can contextualize this ballot proposition to vote to, you know, because that's what's kind of screwed up about this as well. You know, you say what you will about the voters of California, but they voted for this. They allocated their taxpayer dollars to build this. And just for context there, that vote occurred when I was in kindergarten. Okay, when I was in kindergarten, the California voters approved this project some, 16, 17 actually years later. Again, it is nowhere close to done. And on the front of Gavin Newsom, who's now being questioned for this is something that Gavin himself had saying he was going to build for years. Basically, his entire political career, he's been saying he was going to do this. And newsflash, yeah, it is still the train to nowhere.
Finally, California is going to get it right with this new high-speed rail.
I personally have been supportive of the high-speed rail project since my time as mayor of the city and county of San Francisco.
The project is no longer a $33 billion project. The project's years and years behind. The project's wildly over budget. That doesn't mean it's a bad idea.
We do have the capacity to complete a high-speed rail link between Merced and Bakersfield. Now, I know some critics are going to say, well, that's a train to nowhere.
Yeah, so obviously a complete joke, a major scandal, just a total pure example of government corruption, as we said. I think everyone understands that by now. But a story we've been covering for a couple of different videos now is the ways in which Donald Trump went out and said he wants to investigate this project. He wants a full audit of what's going on, because obviously it's a legitimate question. Of course, what is going on? So recently, as we covered over the weekend, he sent his transportation secretary, Sean Duffy, to, go to California, kind of announce the start of this investigation into the waste that has happened, the abuse, specifically, probably some investigations into Gavin Newsom himself are going on there. And ironically, the cronies of Newsom, like the professional Democrat activist protesters, actually showed up to this press conference. And very ironically, like I said, protested against the Trump administration trying to investigate what is going on here, but they were chanting as it was happening, build the rail, build the rail. So they want this project to be done, but they are pissed at the people who are holding accountable the California Democrat state government who has not gotten it done. So here's a brief recap of that as well.
I want to address the protesters for a moment, if I could. I think they were chanting, build the rail. It's been 17 years and $16 billion. And I want to address the protesters for a moment, if I could. I think they were chanting, build the rail. It's been 17 years and $16 billion. And no rail has been built. So if you want to go protest somewhere, if you want to shout at someone, go to the governor's mansion. Go talk to Democrats in the legislature who have brought us this crappy project. Right, so we've seen over the course of the last month what DOGE has exposed with regard to fraud, waste, and abuse. And we're done with it. And you know what? You're going to have people who love fraud, who love waste, who love trains to nowhere. But all of us up here, we do not love fraud, waste, and abuse. We are going to use the taxpayer money efficiently and effectively, and this is a boondoggle.
I just still cannot get over the stupidity of these California voters, if that's even what they are. I don't know. Like I said, who knows? They might just be professional activists there. But the stupidity and the irony of them chanting, build the rail at the Trump administration. Meanwhile, why aren't you outside the governor's mansion? Why aren't you outside, like you said there, right? The California state legislature bringing this up, because it's not our fault the rail hasn't been built. This has not been the job of the federal government. Like, they've been allocating some funds for it, which frankly they shouldn't at this point. It's like sunk cost fallacy. Why do we keep giving money to California that's not even being used? It's not even being used to yield effective results. I don't know what's happening to it. Probably being funneled to non-government organizations, right? NGOs that are ultimately going back to line the pockets of the campaign coffers of these California Democrats. But that's just a conspiracy theory. Don't believe me on that. But whatever. Okay. But nonetheless, so this is what's now happening, is despite all of the public opposition to people who apparently want this rail to be built, but don't want to figure out why it hasn't been built, and somehow just magically, like, if Donald Trump just got out of the way, apparently this rail would just spawn and appear overnight. I don't know, whatever. But finally, guys, in response to all of that, I'm not sure if Gavin Newsom sees this as a crisis situation or something where it's like, oh no, people are catching on to me. Maybe I need to go out and say something. Today, again, he finally crawled out of that hole he has been hiding in to respond to President Trump trying to audit the high-speed rail system and project and all that. And take a listen to the stupidity out of Gavin Newsom's mouth, because it's just phenomenal to witness.
As it relates to the issues of audits, I mean,
You know, I was commenting when I was with President Trump. We talked about the high-speed rail, and there was some discussion well before the public presentation on high-speed rail last week around audits. I think we've been audited 100 times there. Happy to see another audit. At a certain point, you have audit fatigue. I think at the end of the day, people want outcomes and they want results for their money spent. Audits for audit's sake service no one, just services headlines. What people want is problems solved, and they want to see it. They want to believe it. They don't want to hear it, and they don't want to hear excuses and rhetoric.
So I think what's pretty clear is that Gavin Newsom is completely panicking. You can just see it in the way he's acting. He's just, yeah, we know what's going on here. He knows he's about to be busted. Okay, I'm sure they've audited themselves a million times, but when you have Democrats auditing themselves, hey, Gavin Newsom's going to launch an audit into Gavin Newsom. Yeah, it's not going to find much. I think what he's starting to realize is like, oh no, please don't look into me, right? He's hiding what's trying to going on here, because here's the thing. That's such a stupid reply. Oh, people don't want audits anymore. People want results. Okay, well, first of all, Gavin, whose job has it been to deliver the results here? You know, they don't want to hear empty rhetoric and just speeches. Okay, then explain to me, Gavin Newsom, why that's all you've given to people instead of building this high-speed rail that both California and federal taxpayers are giving their money to, only for you to like not build it and just do absolutely nothing there, right? The failure of results is coming from you. And secondly, at this point, right, when you run a project this badly, I'm sorry, how are you ever going to deliver results unless you come to figure out exactly what is going on? It's as stupid as when the Democrats go out and say, oh, everyone supports cutting waste from the government, but you shouldn't investigate to find waste in the government because that's a violation of privacy. It's like, okay, so how are you going to find waste in the government? And in the same vein, without audits from the federal government, because clearly you guys can't be trusted, how exactly are we going to figure out how to build this rail if it should even be built at all to begin with at this point? I would say, honestly, to me, as screwed up as it is, it's sunk cost fallacy at this point. You know, like, it's clearly not going to get done. California can't be trusted. I don't even see necessarily the economic value it will return that is worth putting hundreds of billions of dollars and so much energy into this. Like, you know, I'm not sure what that train from LA to San Francisco, maybe some tourists will take it, but is it really going to revolutionize commerce or the California economy? No. You know, you want to fix the California economy. You want to have a revitalization. How about make it possible, I should say, to run a business in that state? You want to fix the economy, forget the rail. How about you lift all of the insane red tape that makes it impossible to start a business? How about you create a business environment there where, you can actually run something without it getting broken into and attacked by criminals? How about you lower the ridiculously high taxes on literally everything in your state? It's pretty simple, right? And these stupid Democrats, they always put like these big picture solutions. No. You want to fix California's economy. You want to get economic boon. It's very simple. That's a state already with a lot of natural advantages. It just has to be unleashed and not so insanely regulated and just harassed in so many different veins. But with that said, that is not the last that Gavin Newsom had to say about the Trump administration, because he, of course, and I think the main thing this is all about is still going out and begging for a handout, a bailout from the federal government over these wildfires, which is kind of understandable, right? We understand that the federal government is probably going to be stuck, unfortunately, footing some of the bill here. But the thing that Gavin Newsom has been confronted about is, well, as we've reported before, he is going out and requesting a $40 billion bailout from the feds. Meanwhile, it was exposed just this month that California, through the Medi-Cal program, which is kind of like Medicaid, but on the state level there, the health insurance, government subsidized, in many cases free for people, is spending $10 billion on illegal aliens, right? $10 billion in healthcare, free healthcare for illegals, yet they're asking the federal government for $40 billion. So the common question being asked there is, well, you're spending $10 billion on illegal healthcare. You're putting $50 million alone to the California Defense Fund, right? The legal lawsuits of, illegals trying to be deported by the federal government. Isn't that all money that you could write off of the federal bill, right? And now, so he was asked that question actually by a reporter here, and take a listen to his, once again, pathetic and laughable response.
Do you think it is appropriate to sign $50 million of spending to fight the Trump administration while also asking the federal government for $40 billion in fire relief aid?
Well, I wouldn't frame the question as you framed it. The state of California, as you know, prepared many months ago for a new administration to protect and preserve our policies, our progress, and programs that the Trump administration is directly looking to deviate from. This is well-treaded territory. We were involved. I wasn't. As governor, I served 2 years under the Trump administration, or with President Trump. Governor Brown served 2 years with President Trump. Over that 4-year period, there were 122 lawsuits. So there was some expectation that many similar efforts from the original Trump term would be replicated in his second term. And the whole point of putting $25 million up to the Department of Justice, our State Department of Justice, was to prepare for that. High-speed rail, perfect example. And in so many ways, we were prescient in that respect in terms of putting those funds up in anticipation of the efforts happening in the second Trump administration that happened in the first Trump administration. As it relates to the additional $25 million, that is not specific to Trump. It's about protecting people's rights. It's about getting people to get the kind of private support they need from nonprofits and other local organizations to address their anxieties and fears. And that was done in council and partnership with the legislature. Now, on this specific...
What even was that response? Just total word salad. We need to protect people's feelings while people's homes are lost, and federal government, please give us money, even though we're wasting money as we speak. And I'm basically admitting that that's what I'm doing. But I'm so slick, right, as we're told, and I'm supposed to be the president, so, just don't ask me any questions, please. Seriously? This guy is in such a mess, okay? Is that the central conclusion we can see? Even look at his face as he asked that question. He knows he's screwed up, all right? And in a response here to salvage his dying political career and just, completely screwed up chances now at maybe being the Democrat frontrunner in 2028, Gavin Newsom, again, after spending an entire month hiding away, is now doing a PR campaign, not just this, to salvage what reputation he has left. Of course, he can't.
He's been stealing it, and he should go to jail. That's what the hell's going on.
Campaign to pardon Derek Chauvin. Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer convicted in the death of George Floyd, has gained some traction among conservative figures, including Ben Shapiro. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, let's watch it. It's a hot topic. People are going to get big mad about this one.
If we are issuing pardons, however, there is one person that President Trump should pardon from federal charges forthwith. It would be incredibly controversial, but I think that it's absolutely necessary. That person is Derek Chauvin. President Trump should, in fact, pardon Derek Chauvin. He should. He should pardon him his federal charges. If we are talking about reversing the evils of the last several years in American life, obviously, COVID and its handling was a massive evil. Destroyed the economy, set us on a path to fiscal insanity, destroyed children, led to massive health-related cover-ups, just horrifying all the way around. And President Trump has taken on a lot of those things. But when it came to BLM, the inciting event for the BLM riots that caused $2 billion in property damage in the United States.
Only $2 billion? I'm actually shocked. Yeah, I'm genuinely shocked. I thought it was way more.
And set America's race relations on their worst footing in my lifetime.
That's true. That's true. The George Floyd case was really bad, and I think that it did set race relations back a whole amount of times, right? A massive amount of times.
Was, in fact, the railroading of Derek Chauvin in the death of George Floyd. The evidence demonstrates that Derek Chauvin did not, in fact, commit murder of George Floyd. George Floyd was high on fentanyl. He had a significant pre-existing heart condition. George Floyd was saying he could not breathe before he was even out of the car. He was in the car saying he could not breathe. Derek Chauvin.
Then why'd you take him out of the car, put your knee on his neck?
Large segments of...
If he say he can't breathe... So if the guy can't breathe, He's obviously not a threat. So why are you putting your knee on his neck?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's one because like you ever had somebody choking you, something like that happen? You can't do shit because oxygen is what makes you able to move around and shit. So you don't have oxygen, you can't do shit.
Yeah.
Even the tape that was shown had his knee on George Floyd's shoulder or back, not on his neck. The autopsy of George Floyd showed.
No, I was putting pressure on his midsection.
Yeah, putting pressure on his lungs.
Like-
It's hard to breathe, so you're going to make it harder for him to breathe? That doesn't make any
I'm going to be
sense.
real. I completely disagree with this. And after this video, I'm going to bring up some receipts for like other reasons why I completely disagree with this.
Yeah, I got you.
I think Derek Chauvin's a piece of shit. And I'll prove it after this video. You're wrong? Okay, you're going to find out. A lot of people don't know this. It's okay. It's fine. A lot of people don't know this. They might not understand it. We're going to look at it. Brainwashed? So is George Floyd. I think George Floyd was a piece of shit. He's sitting there on fentanyl. He put a loaded gun to a pregnant woman. He's an absolute piece of fucking shit. 100%. But that does not give the police justification to kill him. That's not the way it works. What do you think this is? Hassan's stream? That's not the way it works. You got to go through the justice system.
Yeah.
That he had no damage to his trachea. That probably George Floyd died of excited delirium. There were no accusations, even at trial, that Derek Chauvin had committed a hate crime against George Floyd or that he targeted George Floyd because of his race.
That's a separate issue. Also, a person's trachea is not the only element that you can put stress on. And just because there's not visible damage doesn't mean that there's not duress and an increase of heart rate and blood pressure when this event is occurring. You're not a doctor? Well, neither is Ben Shapiro, but he's sitting here talking about this too. So, like, I guess this kind of cancels it out. So he's not a doctor, I'm not a doctor, you're not a doctor, nobody's a doctor, so what are we doing? His wife's a doctor? Well, she's not
on the
doing
basis
the video.
Of extraordinarily scanty evidence. And despite the fact that there was massive pressure on the jury, that the mayor of Minneapolis paid a settlement to the George Floyd family immediately, that the president of the United States...
The reason why the mayor paid the settlement will be made evident at the end of this video. Actually, fuck it, I'll just do it right now. Derek Chauvin had fucking 18 other complaints filed against him before George Floyd even happened. And it's already documented in multiple other fucking cases. Use of force incidents. Several complaints involved allegations of excessive force. A notable case from September 2017 involved Chauvin responding to a domestic complaint where he's accusing a 14-year-old black boy in the head with a flashlight requiring stitches, then kneeling on the boy's back for 17 minutes. Demeaning derogatory behavior. Other known incidents. And let's see if there's any more of these. Allegedly identified 6 arrests between 2015 and 2019 where Chauvin allegedly used excessive force, such as restraining individuals by their necks or kneeling on them, though not all of these were admitted as evidence for his murder trial. This guy did tons of this shit. It's not like this is it's not like this is some innocent, normal, good cop that just for
Most cops do this, and they'll back each other up.
some reason got, caught on the bad end of the stick. No, this is a person, he would have done this to your fucking grandma. He would have done this to your kid. He had 18 complaints against him. The reason why they gave the settlement immediately is because they knew about the complaints. They knew that they had kept this guy on the force, knowing that he had done this in the past, and he was doing it again, and they knew they would lose a lawsuit for it because of these other complaints. First-degree murder, though, the charge is not relevant to me. I think he should be in jail. If you want to put him in jail for manslaughter instead, that's fine. That's not a big point of contention with me. I'm not debating that. I'm not arguing that. I'm saying that this person is a career bad actor. Police officer. It is disciplinary, only 2 resulted in formal discipline. 2 closed with discipline, internal affairs. Each of these cases, Chauvin received a letter of reprimand. The remaining 16 complaints were closed without any disciplinary action taken, meaning no further consequences were documented for the public record. That's the reason why people were pissed off, and they didn't even know it. The thing is about this guy, I hate the martyrdom of Derek Chauvin. This is a bad actor police officer who had a history of bad behavior, who did something that he shouldn't have done. He's been a piece of shit for literal years before this. And I think conservatives are farming fucking L's by defending somebody who is a career bad actor cop. What the fuck are you doing? You want people to trust the police? How the fuck are they going to trust the police when there's 18 complaints and only 2 of them resulted in disciplinary action and he's still on the fucking force?
Yeah.
This is the problem. That's the whole problem. And you're going to act like this guy's a fucking martyr? It's an embarrassment. There's 15 actual legitimate people. Like, why are we talking about this but not Snowden? So I talk about Edward Snowden, not Derek fucking Chauvin. It's a joke. I'm sorry, just literally read it. Who gives a fuck? Look at the case itself. Is he innocent in this case or not? My point is that I think that he's not. I think that his behavior escalated tensions, and those escalated tensions were caused by him. I think that he had a pattern of behavior that is well documented by the police force of escalating force in cases where he should not have escalated force. This is established, right? You can look this up and decide it. And I think that him doing that was a mistake. It was a mistake. He should not have done that. And I do think that his behavior was a catalyst to what happened to George Floyd. Did he cause it to happen? Maybe indirectly. In my opinion, though, when you're a police officer, and especially if you've been reprimanded for this exact same fucking thing, this exact same thing. What are these polls? I have no idea. It's just mods fucking around. Who knows? So yeah, so did he kill him? At the end of the day, I think that if Derek Chauvin was not involved and George Floyd was just driving his car and he had never been pulled over, he probably would not have died that day. That's what my opinion is. And I think the martyrdom of this person, this, in my opinion, is the right-wing version of defending Hamas. That's my opinion. Needlessly divisive, incredibly complex, mostly verifiably fucking wrong. It's complete partisan politics, and it's of the benefit of no one. That's what I think. Or defending Luigi. Yeah. Luigi's is worse than this. I would say, kind of it's worse. I don't know. It depends, right? But like, it's kind of the same. You can apply similar logic, but comparing the two seems insane. Only a person of low IQ would... Of course, Hamas is worse than one person, right? Obviously. But my point is that optically, this is the same thing. I think people are totally fucking out of their mind with this. He was on drugs, though. Doesn't that have an impact? Yeah. Yeah, he shouldn't have been driving while he was on drugs. And George Floyd probably should have been arrested. And I just think that the way that they arrested him and the way that they resolved the situation, I think a police officer, their responsibility, this is my opinion, their responsibility is to protect the public and to work in the best interest of the public.
Yeah.
And
they don't.
The process of that, did Derek Chauvin do that? No. I think he did not. Protect and serve, yeah. He was not simply driving. He had the cops called on him that day. That's fine. The thing is, though, is that that's not what I said. I said that if he was driving and he didn't have the cops involved with him at all, he probably would not have died that day. It's an interesting take, but the police only upheld the law, no more, no less. I think that's reductive. That's not the point. Bad cops are an asset for both sides. Anytime shit goes sideways, they can be used. All I'm saying is that a person with 18 prior complaints, 2 of them that resulted in disciplinary action, should not be your fucking martyr that you're trying to get pardoned. I think it's ridiculous. It's like pardoning the people that broke the windows in January 6th. It's an outrageous, stupid position to have. It's needlessly divisive. It serves nothing other than getting our team is winning and your team is losing points, and it doesn't help or make anything better at all. That's my position. There's nothing other than getting...
Suggested that Derek Chauvin was guilty right off the bat. That the jurors were being openly threatened and admitted as much. Despite all of that, Derek Chauvin was convicted on federal charges and pled guilty to federal charges. Derek Chauvin should, in fact, be pardoned on that. We will be covering that a lot more in coming weeks because I think it is worthwhile to remember that there is a man who is rotting in prison because the media decided in the middle of 2020 that they were going to turn a tragic law enforcement stop that ended with the death of a man who had a significant problem with drugs and pre-existing health problems into the raison d'etre of the entire 2020 election. And it led to vast chaos.
Ben Shapiro brings up a good point here about how people took this issue and they made it this like massive race issue. I think that police brutality and I think that BLM making police brutality a race issue was counterproductive. I think every race suffers from police brutality and police bad behavior. And I don't think that like really anybody has a monopoly on that. Now, do black people have it happen to them? They do. And is it disproportionate in some cases? It is. But the fact is that it's everyone doing it, and basically turning it into a race issue, I think made more people not pay attention than if we had looked at police accountability in a general sense.
We need to look at
anyone can have it happen.
Sure.
It led to, again, the destruction of racial comedy in the United States, $2 billion in property damage, and a guy rotting in prison who the evidence demonstrates certainly was not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in that case. If we're going to talk about delivering pardons, President Trump, I think, should really seriously consider pardoning on federal charges. He can't pardon on state charges. Derek Chauvin, who is convicted of the murder of George Floyd. As I say, we will be covering this pretty extensively in the coming week.
I could not disagree more.
Right now, you should go to pardonderek.com and sign our petition asking President Trump to grant justice to Officer Derek Chauvin. That is pardon, P-A-R-D-O-N, Derek.com, P-A-R-D-O-N-D-E-R-E-K.com.
Yep, completely disagree. Hopefully with the evidence that I provided and, you know, and you can look all this up for yourself. This is an AI summary, and so, you know, you can say, oh, well, it's inaccurate. You can look it up yourself and figure it out yourself. I think this is needlessly divisive, and it serves no purpose other than to score political points. It's completely fucking ridiculous. Let me see here. I'll read a few more. Sure hope you don't have any law enforcement in your family. What would that have to do with it? I'm confused. Like, so because I had law enforcement in my family, then I would give a biased opinion? And that's supposed to be an argument against what I'm saying? I don't really think that's how it works. Yeah, I do. They disagree with Ben on this. Yeah. Is there any evidence that he committed a hate crime? Did he commit this crime as a pattern of behavior of bad acting towards black people? That is a gray area. I think that it's very hard to prove that. I would not say that he did or he didn't. I don't think that matters. As I said, I don't think police brutality is a race issue. I just don't. And I think that compartmentalizing it as a race issue does a disservice to everyone. I lost any respect and understanding anything he says now. I have law enforcement in my family, and they do not agree with his take. Well, what about this do you not agree with? The law enforcement in your family, how many complaints have they had, and how many official disciplinary actions have they had against them for anything? How many? Actually, just to say, are you talking about me or him? Yeah, because I don't want to go aggro on you. Because oh, yeah, okay, yeah, my bad, man, my bad, sorry. And so, yeah, they're saying to disagree with Ben. Yeah, no doubt. Just because he has a history of complaints doesn't mean he's automatically guilty of this particular event. Watch the body cam footage. I have. I watched the footage. I think that he needlessly escalated the event, and I think a police officer should serve and protect the public, and I think that police officers should be people that we trust to be helpers, to be people that are on our side, and to act in the best interest of the public. I think that trust in police officers and a degree of goodwill with police officers is necessary. If police officers were, if I was in charge of the police, I would do things very differently. I think that the police, like the way that the police protect bad actors inside of the police, I think that it is, again, an unforced error that just simply makes everything worse. It should have been manslaughter. If you want to make the argument that it should have been manslaughter and not murder, I'm not going to argue with you about that. All I'm going to say is that I think he did something wrong and he should be in jail for at least 10 years. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Like everything else besides that, the nuances, that's up that's up to you. That's my opinion.
I agree. You messed up. And they just escalate situations when they shouldn't. They should be there. If we don't have a good rapport with law enforcement, it's the situation is going to get bad almost every single time, and it's been going that way for years because you're on either side kind of bullshit, and I would just like decent and good people to be policing. That's it, dude. That's all we want.
Yesterday we were talking about the Hassan stuff going on, Trash Taste essentially saying that they're not going to have any plans to ever invite him back, as well as his ban on Twitch, which we've got another update on because 24 hours and change later, and we can see that he has been unbanned. Now that said, Hassan yesterday made a video talking about his Twitch ban, and there's a very funny part where he's very upset at Asmongold. And I think you guys might find this amusing, so let's take a look.
Asmongold, for those of you who don't know, is a right-wing political commentator. He does have some centrist opinions every now and then. I believe he himself actually is a big advocate for healthcare, likes Bernie Sanders, but spends most of his time simply sitting around and reacting to Donald Trump. He is now, officially, by my estimations, a larger right-wing political commentator than even the likes of Ben Shapiro. Very successful in this field. His videos reacting to Donald Trump get millions of views, more so than the Daily Wire could ever dream of.
Okay, so according to what Hassan just said, he's like, based off what he's saying, he's making it sound like he's calling Asmongold right-wing simply because Asmongold watches Trump a lot and he gets a lot of views. What the frick, the amount of things I've seen people say like makes you right-wing is just nuts. A few years ago even, there was a major left-wing news publication that was trying to make the argument that if you work out, you're reinforcing white supremacy and you're basically some far-right extremist. Simply the act of going to the gym and working out. And then more currently, for example, we see all these modern audience types saying that if you're a gamer and you criticize AAA corporations, that you're also a far-right extremist. Those dang chuds, how dare they criticize Ubislop? And now apparently if you react to Trump and you get a lot of views, you're also right-wing. And you know, if this was like a one-off occasion, I would just be like, okay, to be fair, these people are probably not phrasing things well. Like, there's no way they actually mean all that, right? But nah, it's such a recurring theme over the years that this is just how they are, I guess.
Asmongold also is the largest political content creator on Twitch in general. He's the largest political streamer now. He's double my size. He's always been double my size, but he's now double my size when it comes to political commentary as well.
I love how Hassan says that Asmon is double his size, and then his editor presumably puts this image there and like doesn't even back up what Hassan is saying. Obviously, that's not a big deal. I just thought it was kind of funny. And it's also funny how personal Hassan seems to be taking this thing with Asmongold being bigger than me.
So let's see what the largest free speech defender had to say. He actually voluntarily brings this up in a YouTube video called "What the F is Twitch Doing?" The YouTube video is from 2 days ago with 1 million views. The first 13 minutes of it is just reacting to the latest Ethan Klein video, who is falsely smearing me as someone who doesn't care about Israeli civilians or whatever, which is obviously incorrect, but we'll get to that perhaps down the line. He packaged that up with the Libs of TikTok video to call for my banning.
So this is some more weird phrasing from Hasan. He specifically says that Asman is using some libs of TikTok video, right? However, you'll be able to see in a minute when Hasan plays that part of Asman's video that that's not actually what happens. The video being referred to is a clip from Hasan's own stream, presumably the one that got him banned. And the tweet that Asman will be taking a look at is not from libs of TikTok, it's from a different account called Yeet. So yeah, it's just really weird to suddenly bring libs of TikTok up into this when, again, that's not what Asman was even looking at. Funny enough, that's not the only thing that Hasan gets wrong in this video either. We'll get to that part in just a moment.
Here we go.
Hey, Dan Clancy. Time to wish us on another happy birthday song, you hack. Anyone else will get permabanned on Twitch for this. This is Beyond the Pale. This is enticing your audience to kill a sitting senator. Don't people go to jail for this? This is not me enticing my audience to kill a sitting U.S. senator. That is ridiculous. Everybody knows that that is ridiculous. The people that are complaining about this know that that is ridiculous. But I'm glad that I was able to show you the context, the full context of what I was talking about. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, okay? You wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor of Florida, Rick Scott, you wouldn't make him a prominent part of the Republican Party.
That is crazy. That is nuts. And I've said before, there's a statute of limitations, but apparently this was yesterday. Yeah, this happened yesterday even. Oh my God. How's that not against the TOS? It is. And it is an open call to violence. And I would challenge anybody who thinks that it's not an open call to violence to say that exact thing about Donald Trump and then tell me if Secret Service shows up at your house or not. Really? It's very obviously a call to violence. And Twitch doesn't do anything? Well, I don't know if they've really seen it or anybody's reported it or anything like that.
I think Asmongold is covering this because he wants Twitch to see it. He's done this a couple times in the past couple of weeks. I understand. We are ideologically butting heads on Twitch. Asmongold and I disagree vehemently on a lot of issues, all the way from the history of Nazi Germany down to the fact that immigrants are not actually contributing to the American crime rates in the way that the Republican administration presents it. They're not destroying our culture in the way that Asmongold approaches the subject matter. There's plenty of disagreements there, and I think that he's doing this deliberately, I will say, in an effort to, shit stir a little bit and try to get me banned, which worked.
The clip's too short. Maybe it's out of context. I hope so. I definitely do. Hopefully it's out of context.
Now, once he said this, does Asmongold go back and seek out the context? No, he doesn't.
Yeah, so it turns out that Hasan is wrong, that Asmongold did actually go and look at the full context, which takes us over to that Yeet account once again, as they do post the clip of that happening. Before we play that brief clip, let's also take note that earlier in the video, Hasan claimed that Asmongold was calling for his ban. But it doesn't seem like, based off what we've seen so far, that's really what happened. It's more so people were like, isn't this breaking TOS? And Asman explained why he thinks it is. But at the same time, it's not like he was literally calling for Hasan to get banned either, at least from what I've seen. Okay, so now back to this tweet. Yeet saying, clip of Asmongold reacting to full quote-unquote context of Hasan's Rick Scott take.
The reason why I'm saying if you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott is because, and not make him a prominent part of the Republican Party, is because he, to this day, is still...
He repeats it.
Also known as committing the largest Medicare fraud in U.S. history.
Oh, God. What are we doing? What is this, bro? Are you kidding me? So the context makes it worse. Holy shit.
I don't even know what to say. Wow. Can you believe how much you used to vouch for this guy? I don't vouch for anyone. I look at what's true and what's not true. There's been a lot of criticism of Hasan that's inaccurate and unfair. This isn't one of those cases. I will be fair in every single situation completely. And it doesn't matter who it is or what that person treats me as. I can't defend this. I'll tell you that. Not even for a second. This is indefensible? It is. It's completely indefensible. Absolutely.
Now, ultimately, Hasan ends his video titled, I Got Canceled, with this.
That is my anger. That is my frustration. And every single person, not Asmongold, but every single Republican operative online, from Tim Pool to Libs of TikTok to many others, know that that is the reality. But they also want you to be distracted. They don't want you to realize that this is what the Republicans are doing. So I urge all liberals, progressives, or even people who are worried about their grandparents or their parents losing their health care, people who might be worried about their children no longer being able to receive Medicaid, to focus on who the vectors of harm truly are, what they're actually doing, instead of constantly engaging in petty squabbles. I shouldn't have used the term kill. I should have used either the term capital punishment or just punishment in general. But once again, I've let you down. I've used hyperbolic language, and that hyperbolic language has brought trouble my way. As one of the largest progressive, leftist, political content creators online in what feels like is a sea of reactionary sentiment, I am promising you that I will try to use more deliberate and more careful language going forward.
Dealing with healthcare in the US can certainly be an awful, terrifying, terrible experience. I've even been seeing what these companies are trying to do to my own mom the last few years, and yeah, I'm not going to defend any of those corpos. At the same time, that doesn't mean that Hasan can't be criticized, and people can also point out the massive double standards that go on over at Twitch. And Hasan acting all weird towards Asmon's viewers and his view count and all that comes off so petty. But let me know what you think about all this stuff in the comments. As always, thanks for tuning in. If you enjoyed the coverage, please consider liking and or subscribing, and have a great rest of your week. I'll see you in the next one.
In the span of just 4 quiet hours on the border, one migrant was apprehended and fought back tears as he was met by 6 federal agents who were likely to kick him back to Mexico within the same day.
So the US border looks very different now than it did just a few months ago when thousands of people per day were entering America. But that's changed, and many unlawful immigrants find they're outnumbered, quickly apprehended, and immediately returned to Mexico, which in some cases puts people in an even more desperate situation than they were before getting caught, as many have just given their entire life savings to smugglers for absolutely nothing.
This is exclusive new video that shows migrants in Illinois leading police on a dangerous high-speed chase. That is a cornfield.
Well, new Border Patrol data now revealing that migrant encounters have dropped dramatically since Trump took office. Now, despite the overall drop in numbers, smugglers are still finding ways to bring migrants in illegally.
Soy triste. Que no crucé. No pienso volver a salir de mi país porque quedé de verdad traumatizado con todo lo que pasé.
In an interview with our partner Telemundo, Kevin Rodriguez says he was detained in Guantanamo for 14 days.
There are still thousands of migrants in Mexico stuck in limbo. Smugglers in Mexico are capitalizing on the desperation of migrants and actually charging up to $18,000 just to be smuggled across the Rio Grande.
Some of these illegal aliens, they spend all their money, all their savings, all their resources.
I remember being down here nearly a year ago and seeing people desperate to get into the U.S. to get caught and then released. That's all over under this administration.
There are now so many troops at the border, it's turning into a ghost town. But just a few months ago, nobody running our country would even admit we had the resources to do something like this and shut down the border in the first place. And for years, everyone said we had the most secure border in history, and that restricting it further was not just impossible, but possibly inhumane, as closing it would just mean desperate people with nowhere to go would wait indefinitely in the middle of the Mexican desert, which hasn't happened. In fact, many unlawful residents already inside America are voluntarily deporting themselves if they don't think their asylum applications will get approved. And all of this has created a situation at the border that just makes ICE's job easier, requiring less resources, not more. Because if the place is a ghost town, when someone does decide to cross, a rapid response can immediately take place. And by quickly arresting those who illegally enter the country and turning them back, a message is being sent to the entire world that America's front door is no longer unlocked. But that brings us to the real reason this border crackdown had to start as quickly and rapidly as it has. Over the last 4 years, the country has seen record illegal immigration. And closing the border is just the first step in getting the dangerous gang members and criminals out of our country for good. A process that could take a long time, as millions of people have recently entered America. And as we're learning, not everyone has come here with good intentions, with some of the world's most dangerous criminals and gang members doing whatever they can to hide in plain sight.
Well, this was one of the largest operations we have seen yet. Around 90 illegal migrants were arrested. Border Czar Tom Homan joined that operation. He tells me it was phase one of a larger criminal investigation.
Look at that, almost 100 people arrested in just one raid. And with none of these individuals having legal permission to be in the country, this reveals a huge problem. The border needs to be shut down. It needs to be shut down while enforcement ramps up inside the
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I am Loki, god of mischief and the king of Asgard. Don't lie to me. I invented every trick.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hey, I'm watching you. Make one move I don't like, and dropping you on the spot. Ooh, a threat. How exciting.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Time has unraveled. We will stitch it together again. The more the merrier. The old is no more.
I'm ready to put on a show.
I outnumber you.
Your powers are mine. I am ready to put on a show. That one hurts. I don't have to be center stage. Disruptive power. Almost there. Don't turn back now. Vehicle reached its
Dangerous!
This is real firepower! The more the merrier. Your powers are mine!
It's fighting time!
Our foe will draw near. I am a true team player. Thank you later.
Yo, Jonathan Pork. You
Yeah.
play Supervise?
Do I play what?
Do you play Supervise?
Nah.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
What is that name from?
Solves problems.
You don't know me, bro? I'm Jonathan Pork.
There's someone who is highly rated in that game named John Pork.
Hey, bro. Keep quiet.
What?
Keep quiet, bro. It might be
Huh?
me.
Hulk and I, we're a team. I'm Hulk.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We gonna have a problem being on the same team?
Nah.
I'm glad you showed up, Okie. I was worried I'd be the ugliest one here.
Watch your mouth, Grim.
Better than watching your big green bug any day. Whoosh.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Did I come through the green door? I'm Hulky! Ow!
Why are you pushing and not playing with the team?
Here, follow enemy.
I have to get this right. I'm Hulky! Ow!
Past the halfway point.
Nice. I have to get this right.
Well, it ain't easy being this strong or this handsome. That's so. Keep it easy. The enemy is here. Benji's back, baby! Make way! Get some! Who needs 4 when you've got one like me?
Science solves problems.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I can store gamma energy. I'm Hulky! Ow!
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh, Drax is gonna be so mad he missed this.
With the amazing Spider-Man!
Wow, 4 in a row. Capture the mission area.
I'm bright like a star! These spiders are explosive.
The enemy is here. Destroy the girl.
I'll take the shield. Bring on the chaos. I'm bright like a star! This is power!
Their team's capture progress has passed halfway through.
Never smashing us now. We are strong again.
You're ready for it! Too many of them!
I'm hulking. Ow!
Real firepower!
Strong again. Hammer shield. Hammer shield. Steal your now. No smashing us now.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Bring on the chaos!
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I want to climb. It's fucking ridiculous. Such fucked up shit, dude. Like, fuck, dude. Quit.
People soon to be at war and Americans, welcome to a brand new video. Insane drama situation is unfolding. All of the insane situations are bubbling over and coming to a crescendo. You are not ready for what we are about to see, because I don't think any of you expected to see England become a dictatorship in your lifetime. Now, I'm not saying that is happening. I am saying that I want you to look at the word authoritarianism. This is a word that gets thrown around all the time. Literally all the time. Oh, Trump is authoritarian. Oh, the media cries somebody else is authoritarian. Let's look at the definition. So, the definition of authoritarianism is the enforcement or advocacy of strict obedience to authority at the expense of personal freedom. Now, let's say you personally don't want to go to war for some other country, but your country tells you have to. Well, I don't know if that necessarily is an expense of personal freedom. It's pretty fucked up. Or what if, perhaps, you had something you wanted to say, however, you got arrested for your alleged freedom of speech? Well, that's a pretty authoritarian type of thing going on. That's pretty fucked up. That's pretty wild. So today, we're doing a deep dive into the so-called friend of the people, so-called fucking beautiful time. What a beautiful world we live in. Britain is 100% fucked. The United Kingdom is 100% fucked right now. They are silencing free speech. They are sending people to war. And quite literally, and frankly, and not trying to overdo things or overblow things too much, I did a little bit of research here, and I think England and the UK and Europe as a whole is kind of going down a rabbit hole of actual authoritarianism. So, let's crash out, guys. Subscribe for more chaos. Will this world end? Well, if it does, I will have a video to make on it. All the chaos, all the drama. Small cock Starmer has something to say. His people don't like him very much. 4% approval rating. He's eating the dogs. He's eating the cats. If the UK sends troops to Ukraine, this will trigger NATO. Oh, you don't say! All right. Anyway, let's see Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK, speech in regards to the Ukraine situation. I know I'm gonna get canceled for this take. I'm not making any friends with this video, but I am honest, and that might be a crime in a couple of years if I live in the UK. So, anyway, let's take a look at this little 2-minute video before getting into the rest of this shit show.
First, we will keep the military aid flowing and keep increasing the economic pressure on Russia.
All right, endless money to Ukraine, all right? That first step. Step 1, endless money to Ukraine. They don't earn it. They're not entitled to it, but we'll give it to them anyway. Again, I'm not getting involved in the Ukraine-Russia shit right now because, as you know, I already made 2 videos covering all of that. So if you want to see my opinions, you could definitely go over there. I am covering this specifically to talk about England, okay? Endless money to Ukraine, and no never-ending war. That's crazy.
To strengthen Ukraine now. Second, we agreed that any lasting peace ensures Ukraine's sovereignty and security, and Ukraine must be at the table. Third, in the event...
So, any peace deal needs Ukraine at the table, right? What if Ukraine didn't want peace, though? Hypothetically. What then? Gets a little difficult then. Because I saw a whole crash out between Zelensky and Trump. And last I checked, Trump is the fucking peace guy. He says you gotta make peace at all times. There's people dying. And Zelensky's like, no! Justice! Justice! Defeat Russia! We must stop them! More troops! More military! Take back everything! Endless war! So, unfortunately, little Zelensky doesn't seem to want a peace treaty. Sorry about the volume on this Twitter video. Twitter's just kind of ass in this regard. Ukraine wants all its territory back. It does. It does. And realistically, the only way that happens is World War III. Because Russia's never giving that shit up.
End of a peace deal, we will keep boosting Ukraine's own defensive capabilities to deter any future invasion. Fourth, we will go further to develop a coalition of the willing to defend a deal in Ukraine and to guarantee the peace. Not every nation will feel able to contribute, But that can't mean that we sit back. Instead, those willing will intensify planning now.
It's crazy how Zelensky went to the White House, had a crash out with Trump, literally to virtue signal, and the entire world actually went full NPC brain to follow this this mentality. And we're gonna get to the silencing of freedom of speech in a minute. Don't worry, because that's step 2 to authoritarian United Kingdom. But it is absolutely mind-boggling that there is this obligation on everyone in the world to contribute. America gave Ukraine, between 150 and 350 billion dollars. Still waiting for Doge to look into where all that money went. It's gonna be interesting. The content's gonna be huge. Think of the content. It's gonna be crazy. But it's always wild to see countries willing to spend billions of dollars on anything except for their own citizens, and then virtue signal to the point that other countries need to feel like they're doing that too. Trump got so much backlash on the world stage for telling Zelensky, bro, you ain't entitled to shit, pay for this shit. It is wild to see that Zelensky managed to take that and use it to emotionally blackmail all of Europe to completely cave, because they are so fucking cucked, it is unbelievable. To the point that... Get ready for it, baby.
With real urgency. The UK is prepared to back this with boots on the ground.
Men are going to war. That's right. It's not Ukraine's war anymore. It is a world war. Boots on the ground, baby. British soldiers entering Ukraine, fighting the battle. Are you in England? Did you sign up for this? Well, anywho, it's happening. Hope you're happy, baby, because this is a peace deal, baby. Hell yeah! Nothing like warmonger Trump, eh? He's the warmonger, right, guys? Right? Trump is the warmonger. Remember that? Remember when Trump was the guy that everyone in the media was saying was gonna make wars?
And planes in the air.
Planes in the air, baby! Ain't stopping here! Hell yeah, boys! I don't know if you could sense the sarcasm.
With others. Europe.
I love how Europe decided, now that America isn't literally the fucking piggy bank of the entire world, Europe is like, oh my god, we should contribute too. It's gonna be crazy.
Let's do the heavy lifting. But to support peace in our continent and to succeed, this effort must have strong US backing.
More emotional blackmail for America to get involved.
We're working with the US on this point after my meeting with President Trump last week. And let me be clear, we agree with the President on the urgent need for a durable peace.
Right.
Now, we need to deliver together.
Yeah, but not through diplomacy, obviously, because they're, putting more people in the fucking military.
Finally, we agreed that leaders will meet again very soon.
That's nice.
To keep the pace behind these actions.
That's nice.
And to keep working towards this shared plan.
That's nice.
We are at a crossroads in history today.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a moment for more talk. It's time to act. Time to step up and lead, and to unite around a new plan for a just and enduring peace.
All right, dumb question. All right, I'm going to ask you a dumb question that's not going to have an answer. I know people in my audience are going to be upset at me because of how dumb this question is, but why didn't England do this, I don't know, 2 years ago? Why do you think England is doing this now, not 2 years ago? I mean, this war has literally been going on for years. If England is getting involved in a fucking war, why didn't they do this earlier? Why are they only doing it now? Because they suck? Nope, that's the wrong answer. It's the wrong answer. It's because America suddenly isn't willing to just endlessly fund somebody else's war. So the money needs to come from somewhere else. It's almost like advantage was being taken of America the entire time under fucking Biden, Muppet Lord Biden, and whoever else is controlling that shit behind the scenes as the world's largest piggy bank, helping the fucking arms dealers on the planet make insane amounts of money. Kind of weird, huh? Kind of weird how that happened. Weird that Europe didn't do this the entire time, because they just relied on America funding everything. Almost like America was getting the short end of the stick, and Trump was, oh yeah, literally correct the entire time. United Kingdom Prime Minister Starmer committed to support Ukraine for the long haul, to fund them with $2 billion of missiles every year, I think. This is the precise movement when Zelensky becomes Europe's problem and the US needs to pull out of NATO. We won't be complicit in this war. Guys, it's kind of a crazy situation on our hands, huh? Damn, America finally learned how to pull out. Crazy how that happened. Continue the war instead of making some sort of peace treaty. Yeah, definitely a great strategy, guys. I don't know how Trump is the peacemaker and everyone else is the warmonger, but I am literally locked in and I'm excited to see where this is. I'm excited to see where this goes. It's hopefully gonna end very soon. I also want there to be some sort of peace because it's fucking awful. But all the chaos, all the content, all the drama, I will be here. It's kind of weird that I bet Starmer isn't gonna be on the front lines. That's just my hunch. I could be wrong. Maybe he's gonna be a foot soldier. I personally doubt it. It almost kind of seems like some sort of authoritarian ruler commanding his people to go ahead and do shit for some sort of greater good that he sees for himself, his country. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? It's gonna be crazy. Now, there's a moment here that I think is very telling. Very telling. So, Keir Starmer clashes with J.D. Vance when it comes to free speech in the UK. Now, Vance has always been a big fighter for freedom of speech, and he even went to Munich in Germany to give a whole speech about how there isn't free speech in the United Kingdom. And realistically, he's right. Realistically, he's just correct. So when Starmer came here, Starmer decided to put his foot down. So today, we are going to absolutely eviscerate this fucking bullshit news that there's freedom of speech in the UK. I'm trying to paint a picture here, an authoritarian picture here. And I think it's pretty important to look at this from my perspective, because my perspective tends to always be right. Definitely subscribe for more of the correct perspective. That will probably get me canceled on Twitter.
In his remarks at the Munich Security Conference, Vice President Vance condemned free speech violations in the UK, particularly. Could you respond? What is your message?
I have an idea. We have the man right here. Come on, let's go, JD. We're putting you on stage.
Great. Yeah, look, I said what I said, which is that we do have, of course, a special relationship with our friends in the UK and also with some of our European allies. But we also know that there have been infringements on free speech that actually affect not just the British. Of course, what the British do in their own country is up to them, but also affect American technology companies and by extension American citizens. So that is something that we'll talk about today at lunch.
We've had free speech for a very, very long time in the United Kingdom, and it will last for a very, very long time. I mean, certainly we wouldn't want to reach across US citizens, and we don't, and that's absolutely right. But in relation to free speech in the UK, I'm very proud of our history there.
Yeah, so he humbly disagrees because he is very proud of the free speech in the UK. I have someone in my chat that's saying that he legally cannot agree with me about free speech in the UK because the UK is in fact the most free speech in the world. Now, being that you're incorrect, and I will prove that soon, I mean no offense of course, I wanted to show you Asmongold's reaction to this little discussion. It's only a minute, don't worry. And then I will go into exactly the fact of how the United Kingdom does not have free speech. They could lie in the United Kingdom, like the fact that he says there's free speech, but they don't have free speech, and I will prove that to you. I don't think people understand that Europe is literally heading towards an authoritarian regime change, and the craziest part is the amount of immigration is changing all the demographics in all the countries, and you're not allowed to talk about it or they arrest you. It's actually regressing in every possible way. It is mind-boggling and it's scary. This is what they say, like as Napoleon Bonaparte once said, it's so over, gamers. So anyway, brother, he was making a joke. Yeah, all right.
Could you respond? What is your message?
I have an idea. We have the man right here. Come on. We're putting you on stage.
Great. Yeah, look, I said what I said, which is that we do have, of course, a special relationship with our friends in the UK and also with some of our European allies. But we also know that there have been infringements on free speech that actually affect not just the British, but also affect American technology companies and by extension American citizens. So that is something that we'll talk about today at lunch.
We've had free speech for a very, very long time in the United Kingdom, and it will last for a very, very long time.
I wanted you to watch this twice because you gotta understand what he's saying. All right, free speech, long time.
Well, no, I mean certainly we wouldn't want to reach across US citizens, and we don't, and that's absolutely right. But in relation to free speech in the UK, I'm very proud of our history there.
Well, that makes one of us, right?
20-3, 1440, arresting you on suspicion of improper use of the electronics communications network.
They got
arrested on the suspicion of misuse of the electronics communication network. Weird.
The police showing up to this dude's house over Facebook comments. This is the UK. The Relevant Communication Act 2003. Electronic communications which are grossly offensive or indecent or obscene or menacing or false or for the purpose of causing annoyance, inconvenience, or needless anxiety to another.
Did you post something on Twitter that caused needless anxiety to another? Well, that's jail time, brother.
There it is. And there is the law right there. Wow.
Yeah, that is a law. So now I'm going to show you just a couple of funny moments I'll show you this after. Just a couple of funny moments that happened after everyone tore Starmer, the Prime Minister of England, tore him to absolute shreds. This was literally a week ago. Thousands of real criminals go uninvestigated. 2 detectives call on a grandmother. Her crime? She went on Facebook to criticize the labor counselors at the center of the Hope You Die WhatsApp scandal. Come out, it's the Thought Police. Yeah, they arrested a grandma, guys. They arrested a grandma, everybody, for mean messages on the internet. Or what about this? I thought this was a pretty funny video, pretty important. So this is just a classic example of the police, you know, doing tackling violent crime. Well, as you can see, this is February 28th. This just fucking happened. All right, what's the violent crime that they're here to investigate?
I need to do some inquiries. Sure. Part of those inquiries is in relation to having to interview you about an allegation, okay, about an incident at Facebook.
Oh, an allegation of a Facebook incident. All right. I mean, let's not talk about the illegal, the migrants raping children. That shit, we don't need to talk about that. An allegation of a Facebook incident? Guys, this is the authoritarianism that they were so scared of about Trump getting elected, by the way.
Okay, so I get the matter dealt with. I'm asking you to come down to the police station voluntarily.
Oh, to the police station. That's it, voluntarily. All right, they didn't get a fucking warrant. Oh my fucking God.
So we can do what is still a PACE compliant interview, and you'd be entitled to 3 independently.
No, I don't need it, but yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I was looking to do it on Sunday at 12 o'clock. Is that any good to you?
Sunday. Should be.
Yeah. Can I give you that? Put my number on it.
Yes.
And then if there is any problems, I'm on duty today until...
Can you not give me any details of it now? And why can we not just speak now? Why do I need to come down there?
Because I
It's alright, it's fine.
No, I don't want you to lose the dog.
It's not like that.
I need to do it by way of interview, and the best way for me to do it, and the best way for you to be really doing it is a problem.
Well,
This is unbelievable.
Okay, I think we've got it here.
So imagine needing to fuck up your entire day to go to the police station to talk about a Facebook incident.
I'm not going to do it that way.
Well, do I have to come?
Well, at the moment, I'm leaving it open for a voluntary interview.
Well, I want to know what can I be charged with then? What is the alleged crime?
As I say, it's a racial matter.
Yeah, but
A racial matter?
Malicious communications.
Malicious communications.
Yeah, he's getting pulled into the police station for malicious communications, guys. This isn't authoritarianism at all. Well, who knows? At least this guy is not in, like, fighting a war in Ukraine yet. Am I right, guys?
Okay. And how have I... What's malicious? Malicious communications. Malicious would mean that I had intent to harm someone, sure?
So that's what we'll be looking
Can you confirm that malicious means...
That's what I discussed with you.
No, can you confirm what your definition of malicious means,
Malicious
please?
communications,
Yeah.
okay, is making comments on an open forum, is social media, which is deemed to be offensive.
Offensive?
Deemed to be offensive. Look at that.
Who cares what's offensive?
Well, I can discuss that with you in more detail when you come and speak to me.
It'll be a very entertaining conversation, I'm sure. But it baffles me that by looking at you guys, you don't seem to be far leftist nutters. So why? We'll talk about this on Sunday. But
That's the best place for it. We're police officers, and
yeah. Well, I've got no hate in my.
Who dictates what's offensive? Oh, interesting question. The person with authority dictates what's offensive. Good question, chat. I'm glad we're all on the same page. Every time I have like an unbelievable hot take, you know, I get ripped to shreds on the internet. So now.
Shame on you, UK. Shame on you. You brought upon Nazi Germany once again. Idiots.
Now you know what we're doing? We're actually giving you all the context. You will draw the conclusions yourself. All right, motherfuckers? Yeah, it's decided offensive by the authority. When the authority decides you're offensive and can jail you, that is what they call authoritarianism. Exactly the thing that they called Trump.
Whatever. I only hate for people that prey on the innocent or lie. That's my only hate. So I'll be glad to come and talk about whatever it is on Sunday. Yeah, no, I've got to understand where I'm coming from.
Tunbridge, I'm from Maidstone.
You've got to understand where I'm coming from. You've got 2 policemen at my house, plainclothes policemen, talking to me about some conversation that I've had on Facebook. Simply about political things, the fact that there's Black Lives Matter destroying London, things like that. In no way in any of them conversations, which I'm sure you've got.
Save that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that guy is going to go in on Sunday and hopefully come out, maybe. 4 violent criminals released from prison early to make room for hate speech offenders. Hey guys, don't worry. Don't worry, guys. At least priorities are in order, am I right? Hell yeah, priorities are in order in England. Yeah, this is another banger video. Check this one out. Right, this is freedom of speech in the United Kingdom. Prime Minister Starmer himself is a big fan of this one. Look at this.
Well, what did it need to come to?
All right, so why is the police here? That's what everyone wants to know.
Because I don't understand. I posted something that he posted. You come to arrest me, you don't arrest him. Why has it come to this? Why am I in cuffs? Because it's...
All right, so this guy is in handcuffs because he reposted something that someone else posted. All right, let's just put this into perspective here for a second.
Something he shared, then I shared.
Because someone has been caused, obviously, anxiety.
Someone was caused anxiety. You know what? Your retweet caused someone anxiety. Get in cuffs, get to prison, one-way ticket, your penis is small, it's not even orange like mine, and unfortunately, you're cooked, baby. Yeah, jail time. Jail time, guys. Hell yeah. Can you imagine if PewDiePie posted his fucking controversial videos back in the day when he was still living in England? He would have posted one of his he would be in jail. He would have been arrested 100% for his videos.
Your social media sites. Why are you being arrested?
Yeah, he retweeted something and it offended people. Someone got offended by his retweet, guys. It's crazy. All right, what about this one? Huh? Here's a good one. This is British police and a psychologist showed up in a man's home because he wrote on social media, Christians must stand up after an Islamist attack. In UK and Europe, there is no freedom of speech. JD Vance is right.
John Joe, PC Turner.
Thank you. So what's this about then?
So it was just a few
I'll wait until
concerns.
it's recorded.
Yeah.
Just a few concerns.
It's smelly right now.
Few concerns, guys.
He's like a mop, he just everything up.
It's lovely.
So why are you here today, sorry?
Great question.
No, you can all sit down, it's not a problem. You've literally just missed the missus and that. They've gone out like 10 minutes ago. So what's the issue?
So it's just, you know, obviously what we've been told, that you might have a few concerns, a few things that are from you at the moment.
Yeah.
Whether there's
That's
anything...
bothering.
Yeah, what's bothering you, bro? What's bothering you?
You're here.
You get where this video is going. Basically, what's bothering you, bro? What's bothering you? You wrote something offensive on the internet and we're taking you to prison. That's kind of the net all. Now, I want you to realize that this is currently an England problem. It's currently a Europe problem. And I know a lot of people are upset. Obviously, that Trump is the president because people need to live in echo chambers and shit. And, you know, Trump is, like, apparently murdering trans people. I haven't heard of any cases like this, but that's apparently what he's doing, according to the internet. Yeah, the internet told me Trump is causing a transgender holocaust. I have seen no evidence, but I believe it entirely. So this is what you would have gotten if Kamala Harris would have won. Just want to make this clear. This isn't just a Europe problem. This is a far left problem right now. It's absolutely insane. All right? Get ready, dog, because this is what you almost got in America.
That is placed on these social media sites to understand their power. They are directly speaking to millions and millions of people.
All right, so people on social media sites talking to millions of people directly, what are we going to do?
Without any level of oversight or regulation.
We have to regulate people talking to people on social media. Now, again, I'm not trying to jump to conclusions. This is how democracy dies, okay? Literally, democracy dies in darkness. We're going to just let people talk to people and tell people things on the internet without oversight? Motherfucker, that's insanity! Freedom of speech in 2025? Holy ballsack!
And that has to stop.
That has to stop, says the lady. Yeah, everyone needs to only get their news through CNN. If you hear anything that's not from CNN, don't believe it, dog. Don't believe that shit. That's not authorized. We might arrest you for hearing the opinions of people we don't like. Hell yeah, dude. North Korea based, am I right?
Okay, right away.
Yeah.
There's no way to misconstrue that.
What does that mean?
Oversight and regulation for free speech is ridiculous.
Yeah, totally.
Just that alone, there's no way to misconstrue that.
I'm glad that even Joseph Rogan believes that shit. Even Joseph Rogan thinks that. Holy balls. Dude, literally. Do you see how insane this is? Even Joseph himself is literally sitting here and be like, wait a second, did she just want to ban freedom of speech? Yes, she did. Yes. She was gonna go the way of all the far left friends over in Europe. Yeah, that would have happened. Literally, that is where it was going. People don't know enough about this shit. People don't see what actually goes on, and someone has to. So this is Rowan Atkinson, all right? He plays Mr. Bean, Johnny English. So I'm not going to show you his entire speech, but he gave this speech a year ago. And I'll be real here. I think it's such an important speech because, to be honest, he understands the fucking issues in the United Kingdom. And I think a lot of people in the United Kingdom also understand that these are massive problems in the United Kingdom. Like, there's an insane amount of immigration going on in the UK to the point that there are, like, gangs of rapists and shit, all right? Like, literally, gangs of rapists that somehow fly by under the radar in the United Kingdom. And if you call out these immigrants that clearly did not assimilate properly into British culture, they arrest you for your racist opinions. Like, are we all on the same page? So anyway, let's watch the most British man alive and his opinion on all this.
Point when it comes to the consideration of any issue relating to free speech is my passionate belief that the second most precious thing in life is the right to express yourself freely. The most precious thing in life, I think, is food in your mouth.
Understandable.
And the third most precious is a roof over your head. But a fixture for me in the number 2 slot is free expression, just below the need to sustain life itself.
Are you spitting?
That is because I have enjoyed free expression in this country all my professional life and fully expect to continue to do so. Personally, I suspect highly unlikely to be arrested for whatever laws exist to contain free expression because of the undoubtedly privileged position that is afforded to those of a high public profile.
Do you see what he's saying? He's basically saying, I'm a fucking actor. Everybody loves me. I'm going to be fine, all right? I'm not going to actually get arrested for saying my opinions, but other people will. Like, this is a actual genuine issue.
So my concerns are less for myself and more for those more vulnerable because of their lower profile. Like the man arrested in Oxford for calling a police horse gay.
A guy got arrested for calling a police horse gay. Horse lives matter for the love of shit. It is important. That horse was dreadfully offended. When you called the police horse gay, not only was that rude to my horse, but it was rude to my lover. Also the horse, said the policeman, probably related to Younger from the Young Turks. Dude, like, are we living in the same reality? Are we actually living in the same real life? I don't know. I feel like we're not. You want context for that take? Here's context. All right, another unbelievable leftist talking point. You're all gonna love it.
Here comes the controversial part, the part I shouldn't say. I believe that if I were the benevolent dictator of the world, I would legalize bestiality where you are pleasuring the animal. You see what I'm saying?
With all due respect, no one sees what you're saying. But you know who does? The gay police horse in the United Kingdom. He believes what you're saying. That's right. Hell yeah, dude. I'm glad we're all coming full circle here. You do not want to call a police horse gay. You might get arrested in the United Kingdom. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up.
Or the teenager arrested for calling the Church of Scientology a cult.
Hot take? The teenager was right. The Church of Scientology is a fucking cult. It literally is a cult. For the love of fuck, it's actually a cult. And he called it a cult. And he got arrested for calling a cult a cult. This isn't just, like lies and manipulation and propaganda and shit that they're arresting people for, which, by the way, I think is also a problem. They're arresting people for telling the fucking truth. If it goes against whatever narrative they're trying to push. They arrested people for calling the Church of Scientology a cult. I have never seen anyone arrested for insulting Christians, by the way. Just letting you know, in case you're curious. Oh my, or Israel. All right, people don't get arrested for that shit. But yeah, dude, you call a cult, you're cooked. It's Jover.
Or the cafe owner arrested for displaying passages from the Bible on a TV screen.
These things don't sound real. I'll be honest with you. These things do not sound real, okay? Literally. If showing Bible passages in your own fucking cafe is offensive to the point of getting arrested, you're cooked. You are actually cooked. Literally fucking cooked. So anyway, he gives this pretty crazy speech.
When I heard of some of these more ludicrous offences and charges, I remembered that I had been here before in a fictional context.
He played characters in different shows, all right? He played characters in different shows that were less retarded than the shit that he's actually seeing this, or whatever. Like, dude, unbelievable. Like, wildly unbelievable shit. Now, the United Kingdom, the insanity of this all, literally the insanity of all of this, is the fact that, hilariously enough, not only are we reliving 1984, but these are the fuckers that call Trump a warmonger and a fascist. They call Trump an authoritarian warmonger. Trump is the only guy that is trying to make peace. Literally the only guy trying to make peace in the world right now. Because all of Europe decides that they'd rather virtue signal and fund Ukraine and put boots on the ground in an endless war. They were projecting like crazy, calling him a fascist, dictator, authoritarian warmonger, when this is the shit going on. So anyway, Paul Joseph Watson, he's a British fellow, which, I mean, whatever. Listen, as someone that is equally racist against anyone except for British people, because British people, they get lower, honestly. On the racist tier list, all right, so everyone immediately falls into B tier, like in general, but then you got some exceptions. Some exceptions apply, all right? So British people get the C tier treatment, honestly. French people drop down to D tier. We're not going to get into the racist tier list because I feel like that's going to be a little controversial. But anyway, this guy, he's British, and he talks about British problems, and he's going to have a much more insightful take than I am. So I wanted to look into his coverage of all this shit, but I want to make it very clear, very, very clear, that the authoritarians are not America right now. Literally not America right now. Quite to the contrary, in fact.
Oh, this was a bit awkward for Keir Starmer.
I said what I said, which is that we do have, of course, a special relationship with our friends in the UK and also with some of our European allies. But we also know that there have been infringements on free speech that actually affect not just the British. Of course, what the British do in their own country is up to them, but also affect American technology companies and by extension American citizens. So that is something that we'll talk about today at lunch.
We've had free speech for a very, very long time in the United Kingdom.
No, actually, we've had free speech for a very long time in the United Kingdom.
We might.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, it's crazy. It's actually insane. Like, bro, Europe is so cooked. If I wouldn't, like, enjoy the chaos and like a little bit of insanity from now and again, I would be crying right now. I would be a puddle of sludge, tears, and cum. So, thank fucking God I love some chaos. Subscribe for more chaos. We cannot change the world, but we can at least laugh at it instead of cry about it. Subscribe.
But not anymore.
And it will last for a very, very long time.
All right, now I am going to interrupt J.D. Vance and censor him to prove that we have freedom of speech in England. All right, guys? Definitely lock in.
Well, no, I mean, certainly we wouldn't want to reach across US citizens, and we don't, and that's absolutely right. But in relation to free speech in the UK, I'm very proud of our history there.
Oh, it's so nice how proud he is of his history there. Meanwhile, people get arrested for praying next to abortion clinics.
It's history because it's in the...
Nux would have a mental breakdown if he wasn't capitalizing off of this insanity. Listen, you could always trust me to look out for my own best interest. I love chaos a little more than I care about human life. All right, listen, you might consider that a relatively sociopathic take, but I cannot lie. All right, that was a joke. That was a joke! It was a joke, guys! It was literally a joke! I'm kidding. I love human life. Human life is great. It's almost as good as chaos and drama, all right? I'm sorry.
Past, not the present.
We've had free speech for a very, very long time in the United Kingdom.
Really? Like when a 54-year-old grandmother got a home visit from the Thought Police.
Why did they visit her? Is she a terrorist? Did she, like, support Hamas? Oh, no, never mind. I forgot that you're allowed to support Hamas in the United Kingdom. You see, freedom of speech is only illegal if you go against movements that they decide are bad. They dictate what is offensive or not. They have the authority to do that. I'm not saying that they're authoritarian or anything, but apparently posting memes on Facebook is more offensive than supporting genocidal terrorists.
What was that? From the police?
Oh, the police?
Officer Helen.
And what did they want to grill her about?
Well, maybe she's a terrorist. Maybe she, like, set car bombs. Maybe she poisoned the Gotham City water supply.
What dangerous vocal cord violation did she commit? Well, it was actually a Facebook post in which she... Wait for it. Criticised Labour councillors.
No! She criticized the people in power and then they got her arrested for it? Trying to remember the last time in history people were arrested for dissenting opinions. Sounds a little like Nazi Germany, but nah, I can't be thinking of that.
Said about one of them, quote, "Let's hope he does the decent thing and resigns." That's it. That's lit.
Bro, I thought it was more than that. Wait, she just said, "Let's hope he resigns," and they fucking visited him? No! You can't make this shit up. Listen, you can either laugh or cry. Those are the options. Sometimes when the chaos gets shitty and the slop goes insane, dog, that's what's happening. Oh my fucking God, dude. Holy shit. Least fragile European. Am I right, gamers? Listen, I'm not trying to insult the Europeans in my audience. You guys are cool. Appreciate you guys. Nux wouldn't survive 1 hour in the UK. Bro, they would stop me at the fucking passport booth. They wouldn't let me off the fucking plane. She said he should resign, and they arrest her? Bro, listen, you can either cry or laugh, and I choose laugh, goddammit. I will bring you informative shit, but don't take me as your news source, all right? I am commentary and entertainment. I am not to be trusted, all right? Listen, this is fucking crazy.
Literally it.
Okay. We'll give you a call on your phone, okay? I'm not going to stand out here if you're not going to speak to me.
Police conceded the 54-year-old had committed no crime, yet Mrs. Jones says she has effectively been silenced by the officers.
Yeah, no shit. Police fucking show up to your house after a Facebook post? Oh my lord.
She was intimidated by them calling at her door and is too terrified to post on social media again.
Well, they did their job. That was the job, guys. That was the job.
What was that again, Kia?
I'm very proud of our free speech in the UK.
Oh, you mean like in Scotland, where if you live anywhere near an abortion clinic, praying in...
Oh my god, dude, no. I know about this one. J.D. Vance talked about it, no.
Inside your own home, near a window, could be deemed illegal.
Did you guys catch that shit?
In clinic. Praying inside...
No. In general, this applies in public places within the safe access zone. However, activities in a private place such as a house within the area of protected premises and the boundary of a zone could be an offense if they could be seen or heard within the zone and are done intentionally or recklessly. Praying in your own home near a window within 200 meters of an abortion clinic could get you arrested. Like, guys, what the fuck? This is 1984. Reckless praying? What does that mean, reckless praying? A fucking silence prayer? Like, this is unbelievable. Absolutely wild and unbelievable. That's gotta be cap. This is not cap, it's real. That is real. It literally is real. Oh my god, dude. I bet you no Muslim was ever arrested for this, by the way. I bet you this is like a 100% Christian arrest, people.
Inside your own home near a window could be deemed illegal.
I should be really clear. Praying in of itself is not an offence under...
Oh, that's nice. Praying in itself is not an offence.
Under this bill, we are not banning prayer under the Act.
Performative prayer. If you're standing at a window with your hands together in front of your face in that classic kind of, you know, that classic image of prayer. If you're standing at a window so people can see you, then could it be interpreted as an offence?
That then depends on who's passing the window and whether anybody
so he's not
can
wrong, is it?
Oh my fucking god. If you're praying next to a window and it's very obvious that you're praying, like your hands are together in prayer or something, someone's passing the window might get offended. That's a crime. We arrest you. We throw your ass in prison to get stretched by migrant gangs before we release them for more space in the prison for all of the people that might potentially pray next to other windows. There are lots of windows in England, laddie. Hello? What the fuck? Arresting people that are doing prayer in windows because it might offend people walking down the street? Dude, you know, I'm just saying, according to the Quran, okay? According to the Quran, anyone that worships Jesus as God is worshiping a false god and worthy of the death penalty. All right, this is just a thing. So what if they would get offended to see any Christian pray to Jesus? I'm just asking, like, would that be counted as offensive? Forget the abortion clinic shit. Like, I'm just asking. So, like, where's the line? There is no line. There literally is no line. The answer is there is no line. All right, I'm just trying to catch you guys up on it. There is no line. The line is whatever the authority says is okay. That's authoritarianism.
Praying outside near an abortion clinic? Oh no.
Are you standing here part of the protest? Are you praying?
I might be praying in my head.
So I'll ask you once more, will you voluntarily come with us now to the police station?
She's praying in her head and they're bringing her to the police station. Oh.
I need to ask you some questions.
Lock her up.
I'm very proud of our free speech in the UK.
Well, how about the case of a man jailed for sending offensive emails to politicians? He got 28 weeks in the slammer and a 5-year restraining order.
All right, so, wow, holy shit. I mean, I wonder what the emails are. If they're death threats and shit, like, that's maybe an incitement of violence. Maybe that gets further. I don't know. But if it's just offensive emails, you're going to arrest someone for 25 weeks? 2 years in prison?
The Labour MP who viciously and repeatedly punched someone in the head on the street, suspended sentence.
What's the priorities? The priorities is whoever is with the authority gets a pass. Whoever is against the authority doesn't get a pass. They'll arrest someone for mean comments, but they won't arrest someone for actual assault as long as they're on the right side of history. Guys, does that sound like authoritarianism to you?
Just so I'm clear about the British justice system, I can punch someone repeatedly in the head, but I can't post on Twitter that I'm going to punch someone repeatedly in the head.
Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. Holy fuck. Dude, we're living in the Psycho-Pass anime.
I'm very proud of our free speech in the UK.
They literally lock up people for Facebook posts, silent prayer, and grannies get police visits for telling politicians to resign. But yeah, we have free speech other than that. Exactly. Elon in the replies. The media's reaction to this was very interesting. Thanks to Ground News, the sponsor of today's video, I can instantly access...
All right.
You more...
All right, baby. We keep going.
BBC fact-checked Vance, claiming his assertion that free speech infringements were taking place in the UK was without evidence.
I fucking hate the BBC. Whoever gets their news from the BBC is like actually a walking retard, I think. Like, the BBC fucking manipulates the truth like to such a wild degree. And honestly, I'll be real here. If you get your news from the BBC, you're lost. You've already lost the game. You have lost the game. Like, dude, the BBC says that Vance is wrong. So people that get their news through the BBC are just gonna be like, oh, well, Vance is wrong. You wanna know something? The BBC, which by the way is funded by USAID suspiciously, do you wanna see something the BBC did last week? This was on my radar when I was looking into certain other controversies and drama. All right, check this out. The BBC had to issue an apology for this. Are you ready? The BBC has been exposed for removing references to Jews and jihad from its Gaza documentary, altering the translation and video. All right, you ready? Because you're about to watch pure propaganda on the BBC. Check it out, guys.
بس أكدت لنا هاي الفيديوهات إنه هو ما كانش متخبي تحت الأرض، إنه بالعكس هو بقاوم بجاهد ضد اليهود.
It translated Yahud, which means Jew in Arabic. Zero possible obfuscation. It means Jew. They translated it as Israeli forces. They also translated jihad, which is colloquially used as murdering people that oppress you. All right? She literally said jihad, and they replaced jihad with resisting. Jihad against Jews was switched to resisting Israeli forces. This is a whole ass other fucking sentence. This is on the BBC. All right?
بس أكدت لنا هاي الفيديوهات.
That's the BBC translation. Here's the Telegraph translation.
إنه ما كانش متخبي تحت الأرض، إنه بالعكس هو بقاوم بجاهد ضد اليهود.
Which is the actual translation. Jihad against the Jews, not resisting Israeli forces. Like, this is unbelievably fucked. This isn't journalism. It is propaganda 100%. If you get your news from the BBC, you're cooked. You're cooked. They'll actually just, again, switch around fucking situations, literally manipulate genuine translations to such an unbelievable way to literally just fit their own narrative. So yeah, when JD Vance says something that is categorically, unequivocally true, the BBC will say that Vance has no evidence for his claim. That's the world we're living in right now.
Without evidence, okay, you want me to go on? Another police home visit for a man who responded to an Islamic terror attack by posting, quote, Christians must stand up.
Yeah, so I'm an Orthodox Christian. Now you've turned up at my house because I went and see my priest. So I'm going to get you all on film because this is going straight to my solicitor. So because I've questioned about the church not acting on the behalf of Christians, you're now turning up here with mental health nurses assuming that I'm some right-wing nutter.
I'm very proud of our free speech in the UK.
Sam Mellier in prison for 2 years for distributing stickers criticising mass immigration.
Ain't no way distributing stickers got him arrested. The stickers included the phrases like, reject white guilt, it's okay to be white, and love your nation. Did you give out a sticker saying it's okay to be white? Well, to the slammer with you, bitch. This is crazy. This is what authoritarianism looks like.
The stickers included the phrases reject white guilt, it's okay to be white, and love your nation. Lock him up.
I'm very proud of our free speech in the UK.
Same judge let off a literal nonce for having kiddie pics.
There's no way. There's no fucking way.
Free speech in the UK.
Same judge.
Far-right activist from Pudsey jailed over race hate sticker library. Man caught with sex images of children as young as 3 avoids jail term. Oh, people in chat are starting to believe my statements here. Turns out Vance was right, even though the media said he was wrong. Turns out when Vance said something that was demonstrably correct, and the entire media came down on him saying that he lied, maybe he was actually right. You heard it correctly, guys. Heard it correctly. Distributing stickers, not as bad as pedophilia. Hell yeah, welcome to Clown World, bitches. The next Joker moment is coming. Bro, you don't understand, dude. I get so much shit until I actually prove my points. But my points, they're real. They're real.
Judge let off a literal nonce for having kiddie pics. Oh, apparently that's protected speech.
I'm very proud of our free speech in the UK.
But the 61-year-old man who chanted, "Who the fuck is Allah?" and told police officers, quote, "You're not English anymore," outside a protest in Downing Street. 18-month prison sentence.
18 months? Bro, a year and a half in prison for yelling at somebody? Yeah, it wasn't nice of him, but fuck, this is crazy.
I'm very proud of our free speech in the UK.
Lee Dunn guilty of racially aggravated social media posts. Sounds really bad. What were they? A bunch of boomer tier AI memes showing Asian men with the caption, quote, "Coming to a town near you."
AI generated memes. Got him imprisoned, guys.
That's it. 8 weeks in prison, lock him up.
I'm very proud of our free speech in the UK.
Derek Heggie, guilty of making racially aggravated comments during a YouTube live stream. Wow, these vocal cord vibrations must have been particularly abhorrent. What were they?
Oh my god, this is crazy.
He said, quote, "Young white girls are being raped by these grooming gangs."
Wait, that's just true. Wait, stop, hold up. Young white girls are being raped by these grooming. That literally is true. That's literally true. No! No! Oh my god, dude. Bro, the poor UK people, holy shit. And everyone in Europe is going through this. People don't talk about this, you know why? Because the fucking media doesn't like this shit. They lie. People don't even know this is happening. My own chat didn't know this was happening. Oh, Lord. This actually happened. I made a video about this before.
But that's true. Doesn't matter. 10 months in prison.
10 months? What the fuck?
Up.
I'm very proud of our free speech in the UK.
Thousands of arrests every year for mean tweets. 250,000 non-crime hate incidents recorded across England and Wales. The vast majority of which are for free speech, which the victim deemed to be offensive. Police home visits for Telegraph columnists, during which they won't even tell her who complained or what offensive thing she supposedly said. Efforts to ban controversial conversations between employees in pubs.
Are you in a pub? Did you ask your coworker, "Hey, what's your thoughts on Trump?" Jail time, baby! Jail time! You must become an NPC drone. Follow our orders, fight our wars, do our shit, obey us. 1984, part 2.
Yeah, free speech in the good old UK is thriving, according to Sir Keir.
I'm very proud of our free speech in the UK.
At one point last year, they were locking up so many people for speech crimes. Actual violent criminals had to be released.
No, dude, I thought that was a meme. There's no fucking way.
The UK Police Commissioner even threatened to extradite US citizens and jail them in the UK for...
What? What is happening? So, wait, hold up. Wait, dude. When Vance said to Starmer that this is even affecting United States citizens, he was 100% right.
100%
Vance was literally correct with everything he said. Bro did not have not one lie detected.
The mean words online. They were all...
Guys, I'm never going to England. I'm never going to England, guys. What the fuck?
So literally arresting people for being wrong on the internet.
A woman has been arrested by Cheshire Police in relation to an inaccurate information on social media.
Inaccurate information on social media? Oh my fucking god. Oh Lord, some grandma on Facebook posts something, "Hey, I heard that there are side effects to the COVID vaccine," and then she immediately gets arrested for misinformation. What is going on? What is happening?
About the attacker in the Southport murders.
But don't believe you lying guys. According to Sir Keir, none of that ever happened. According to Starmer, this is all just fantasy. And in reality, for free speech in the UK, it's a literal fucking golden age.
I'm very proud of our free speech in the UK.
Fuck, man, that's insanity. Insanity. You know, and yeah, so basically Starmer...
How does it feel to be fucking cooked? That's the way it goes.